Hi, Nick.
Hi, Jeremy.
Didn't I just see you last night?
Yeah, I could have sworn it was just last night that we were talking.
Wow.
Man, has a lot of time gone by since then.
Well, tonight we're going to wing it.
For starters, we may want to get
Yeah.
that Facebook banner up.
So, tonight we were supposed to have Nick Carboni and Angie Strum from Old World Paranormal Society and also the ones who run the Bell Mansion in Fort Wayne, Indiana as our guest tonight, but they weren't able to make it.
Yeah, even Jenny was asking what surprise
Hi,
do we have
Jenny.
in store for tonight. Yeah, good to see you, Jenny.
Yeah, we do have. Well, I have a surprise, um, but that will come in a little bit. What
What are you talking about with the father? I don't get it. You know what that means, or
what was the show you're talking about with? Oh, with the Rev.
I don't know. I'm not. I'm not entirely sure, to be honest with you. And then she asked, "Was the show ops like optional or?" Oh, okay. Yeah, I was trying to figure out what Joanne was talking about, so I don't
Yeah,
know.
I'm still not understanding. I'm sorry, Joanne.
Yeah, well, somehow Jenny got understood it.
More power to you.
Yeah. Oh, was it Ghost Hunters?
Oh, are you talking about when I was talking about the St. Augustine Lighthouse? Yeah, that was on Ghost Hunters. Yeah.
Ops like a mistake. LOL typing.
Yeah, that was on Ghost Hunters. Um, second episode. I'm sorry, second season. Um, I think it was like towards the middle of that season. I think
It's been a
it
long
was.
time since I've seen the show, so
Yeah,
maybe
it
I've
was
seen it, maybe
before
I
the
haven't.
Waverly episode.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
What's up, Kelly? Oh, yes. Yeah, I'm wearing a Ireland shirt. That's why.
Ah, Nick is representing tonight.
well, well, usually I wear this, of course, during the month of March, but I've kind of also adapted into my summer shirt, so I still wear it with pride. Oh, who do we got? Oh, wait, someone just popped up. Who do we got
Yeah,
here?
this is our first surprise.
Stormy Weathers?
No.
Well, it says Stormy Weathers on it, so I'm
Here,
trying to.
come on the camera.
Jill! Good
Hi.
to see ya.
That's right. We have Joe tonight. Um, I'll go ahead and change your name back.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out who the hell is Stormy Weathers because I honestly, Jill did tell me that she was probably going to be on for tonight, but and that's what I was thinking. When I saw Stormy Weathers, I'm thinking, who the hell is that?
well, well, I do have a confession to make. I have a second surprise tonight.
Yeah, I see. We looks like we got another guest coming on. Who's this now? I don't know who this is. I just know Jill was coming on.
Well, I guess special guest number 2, you're just going to have to reveal yourself.
Oh no. Oh my God.
Finally.
Yep.
Oh my gosh.
It's almost as good as a reaction from the music box, Nick.
Yeah, very much.
Isn't it supposed to say Captain Cockroach?
Thank God, no, it doesn't.
Well, that was the name that he had on there when we went through a test run earlier this afternoon.
Just give me a minute. I got another special guest.
Oh God, I think I know what that is.
I'm so
I'm
excited.
getting kind of scared already. This
Oh
is
boy, this has been a bit of an undertaking trying to do this.
This is going to be one hell of a show, that's for sure.
Yeah, it is. We're gonna have a party, folks.
I understand why you're saying that. We're going to like rock this one for tonight. I'm getting scared now what Brett's going to bring up. And I did see his comment earlier. You know what's good on a summer shirt? A cockroach. No, it's definitely not, Brad.
Yeah. So I got the thing this morning from Nick and Angie that they weren't going to be able to make it. So I sent.
Whoa!
You gonna say hi, Susie? Or are you just gonna be loud?
Molly, want a cracker?
That is awesome.
What's his name?
Her name is Susie. Give me a kiss. Come here. She's loud.
Do you have more than one?
That's definitely
or
loud.
just
Yeah, but the other one's mean.
Jenny's asking what breed.
She's a blue front on Amazon, Jenny. Hey, come here.
Come here.
You come here. Come here.
Come here. Come here. Come here.
All right, let me go put her back before I get big. Or before I go deaf.
I was gonna say, I just love how we just like all focus
cracker.
our attention on Daisy. He said its name was
Yeah, a girl.
okay.
I think Daisy.
Yeah, I didn't
You
quite
guys
catch that.
you guys are little on my screen because I'm just using the phone screen this time, and it's not the same thing as when you're on the laptop and you can see everyone really good, or you can see the chat.
Yeah.
So if there's
Right.
any chat, you'll have to tell me what it says.
Oh, don't worry. I've already been showing the comments, such as this one, for example. Jenny
Mhm.
from Ireland saying hello to you.
Yeah, so after the show last night, I
Hi,
messaged
Jenny.
Jill and I was like, hey, can I use you as my backup plan? And she accepted. So when I woke up this morning, I got that message from Nick and Angie that they weren't going to be able to make it. I sent a message to Jill, and then I was talking to Brad, and he was like, hey, I got the night off tonight. Really? Okay. Let's do something here.
What?
So this means that this is going to be the official July 32nd today, right, Jeremy?
Yep. Today is July 32nd.
Yep, it's July 32nd.
Mark it on calendar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Her nails suck when you got no shirt, like no sleeves for her to grab onto.
Well, I'm sure those they have to be sharp. So yeah, I can imagine.
Well, when they hold onto their perch in their cage, it grinds them down for them. But she has one that's really sharp.
Oh boy.
That's gotta hurt.
That definitely has to hurt.
It's not bad.
Well, you're probably used to it.
Yeah. What hurts is when they bite.
So how long have you had her?
My wife has had them since she was like a kid. The small, mean one,
Aw.
she's had her since she hatched, and it's been like 15, 20 years.
Oh wow.
Yeah, Jenny was
They
asking
live a
how
long
old was she?
time.
The one
How
that you
old?
had.
How old? Oh, God. Let me text the wife and ask her.
Yeah, and then Jenny was asking next, how many do you have?
Just 2. 2 is more than enough. We had 3, but one of them died,
Okay.
which was a shame because she was a sweetie.
Right.
She is a
Aw.
blue-fronted Amazon. The other one's a Indian ringneck. And that one's mean. So do you want her?
I used to want a monkey.
Oh boy.
Oh God. Well, Jenny might. She said she does work with rescue animals, so she's definitely an animals person.
Yeah, she is.
There is no working with the smaller bird. She's just, I don't want to say the word.
See, she'll take her. She'll take her.
Like beep beep birdie.
My next pet's going to be a
Aw.
cockroach just for Nick.
Oh God. You know what? Where is that card I was given with the exterminator? I'm gonna have to call him up and say, hey, we got a cockroach problem coming. Might need you out here for this.
I can 3D print you a trap. I got the printer in the background.
Yeah, he's got something printing on for what would you say, 80 some straight hours?
No, all my projects together is like 90 some hours. This one just got done. It's for my glue gun. This took 6 hours.
And there is no stopping it and starting it. Starts it and it don't stop until it's done.
Yep. There's some printers that you can start and stop, but this one, no. My wife said she had her when she was about her mom had the one I brought in here since she was about my daughter's age, so probably about 26 years. They can
That's
live.
a long
They
time.
can outlive their owners.
Wow.
Jenny hopes that her chihuahua would love her. But love her in what way?
That's what I was wondering too.
Oh, her chihuahua would be scared of her. The smaller the bird, the worse the bite.
Yeah, I was gonna say I wouldn't doubt the least bit on that.
Well, Jenny's got, oh man, I don't even know how many dogs. 9, 10. She got a lot of dogs.
She does. Of course, let's not always forget that one dog that she always has in the background that always snores when she does her show. Yeah.
That would be her.
Jenny said she will cuddle her and love her.
Yeah. Now the bird will go up to her and bite her.
Somehow I don't think that's going to happen. I was thinking that the chihuahua is going to love her in terms of a good meal.
That little bird has a fight in her.
Okay, so yeah, she's got 5 dogs, 6 cats, 2 goldfish, 2 children, and 1 ex-husband.
You're missing the partridge in the pear tree.
All in the same house?
Yeah,
How
all
do
the
you
same
forget the partridge?
house.
I don't mind the dogs, but the cats, oh my God, they're evil.
Oh, I got 2 cats here, and one of them's kind of an evil one as well. So I share that frustration.
I've got
Can we
nothing.
see?
Well, she's somewhere. I don't know where she's at. I'm doing the show down here from the basement this time because unfortunately, my main studio where I do my show, we have no air conditioning upstairs, and it's supposed to be hot as hell this weekend. We're not going to be having the guy come in until Monday, so Until then, I got to do everything here down. I got to do everything down here.
Oh, so you're down where the cockroaches are.
Well, thank God, not the
other
cockroaches, but
things.
we do have a few mice that run around. I'd rather deal with the mice than the roaches.
Oh, mice are easy.
Chantel is here.
Oh, Chantel from South Africa. Good to see you, Chantel.
Chantel, you're late. You just missed the birdie.
Aw.
And even Jenny actually has to agree her cats are assholes.
Well, here's how you solve the flat Earth conspiracy crap. If the Earth was flat, the cats would have knocked everybody off already.
Yeah, I believe that.
No offense to flat earthers.
Brad, I got another video to send you. It's actually something involving flat Earth. You'll just have to see it later. It's something funny though.
Those guys crack me up.
Yeah, they do.
Do share. I want to know.
Yeah, I'll send it to you too.
Well, there was one guy
All
who
right,
built
it's
his
just
own
funny to
rocket.
think about.
That he built his own rocket to go up and prove that the Earth is flat, and he ended up blowing himself up.
No, actually, it's something else.
Oh, is it?
But I didn't know about that video.
The people are stupid.
Yeah, they are.
And right now, I'm working on confirming our guest for next week. Trying to get the Para Unity committee onto the show.
Oh, that's right. That's for next Friday. Okay.
Yep. And then Rick McCallum, who was originally set for September 16th, is now going to be on the 26th.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's feeding the bird some yogurt right now.
Oh, thank you.
Well, I should say the bird just dipped her beak in the yogurt and helped herself.
And then you gave me a kiss.
Brad, next week, are
Can
you
we
coming
see-
up to the Hannah House Paranormal Day convention
When is it?
next Saturday on the 13th?
Probably not. I don't know if I have to work yet or not.
And you have your kid.
Where you don't have a set schedule at work?
I haven't. I could always be forced over. They can force us extra days anytime they want. I've even seen that they've even emailed up the
Yeah.
schedule. Oh, right here. Let's see.
Birdie, booty, take your pick, Chantel. I'm good at either one.
Yeah. That's got to be one of the best comments from Chantel.
Oh, that's nothing.
Oh, it's nothing. Well, I'm
That's
sure she's
nothing.
probably have said worse on other shows, but that's the first time I've ever seen her talk that way. I have to admit.
Oh, you should. No,
That is
I'm not even going to go there. Nope.
Well, you
No,
know
no.
what? She probably talks like that too, because I know she still, comments and watches the other show I used to do, Paranormal Mysteries. Which I've actually been wondering how they've been doing. Speaking of which, I should reach out to them.
Yeah, I remember
Is that separate
there
from
was
Nick
one
Cargill?
show that she and I were commenting on, and I made. I'm not going to say what I said, but she messaged me the next day saying that she was laughing so hard that I won the internet from that. the picture of it, bullshit.
I'm the picture of innocence, asked Jenny. But no,
I am not buying that, Chantel. I know you.
BS.
yeah. But I heard your question earlier, though, Jill. Yeah, I used to be part of a different show that was called Paranormal Mysteries, which actually did air on Fridays, like early in the afternoon. That was actually a show with investigators from the UK. And they actually were on the old network that we were a part of. I was actually the one who brought that show onto that network. But then after things kind of fell apart with the old network and we formed things, they just decided that they would just they just decided they wanted to do things independently without being part of a network. And
Yeah.
unfortunately, it's not that I don't get along with them anymore. It's just that there were some partial differences, and I just thought it was probably best if I left the show. I'm still willing to make guest appearances on. I just won't be, heavily involved in it as much as I used to. Not to mention I'm doing 4 shows now, so that would take a lot on my schedule. Oh, Chantel said Paranormal Mysteries are on a 3-week break.
Okay. It's always good to take a break so that you don't suffer a burnout, because I've had that. It's not pretty. Always take a break when you can.
I've had that with building equipment too.
Yeah. Well, that's why I'm taking a break from doing Nick Files, because it's not really the shows that are the issue. It's putting the presentations together.
Yeah, I'm sure that takes a lot of work.
Oh, I can't even tell you how many nights I sometimes have stayed up till like 3-4 o'clock in the morning putting those slideshows together.
So on average, just for one show, just for a 1-hour slideshow, how long does that take you to do?
It depends on what location I'm talking about. There are some, as obviously you've seen, that are really short, which literally may only take about maybe 40 minutes at the most to take, to put together. But for the larger ones, obviously, they sometimes will take about a good 1, 2, 3 days, because there might be a lot of information. Oh, is this who you're talking about? Or
Yeah, that's Scott Smith.
oh, it's Scott Smith. Good to see you, Scott.
Yep. And Chantel, what are you supposed to do your Friday nights? Hang out with us. That's what you're supposed to do with your Friday nights.
Yeah. That should be definitely, because since I'm not on Paranormal Mysteries,
it's Saturday morning for her.
Well, that's right. Yeah. It's already Saturday morning in South Africa.
Mm-hmm.
So we got what, 3 more weeks till Mansfield, Jeremy? 22nd, right?
Yeah.
Less than 3 weeks.
Got almost less than 2.5 weeks.
Yeah.
17 days.
2 weeks from Monday.
You gonna be there, Nick?
Yes, I am. I already took the time off for it, and we're still figuring out transportation issues. We're trying to figure out the transportation, but yes, I will be there. And this time, I'm not going to have that same issue like I did with Crown Point Jail. So I'll be there. I'm excited.
I am going to need your payment, because they will not take payment when we're there.
Oh, really? Okay.
I have to pay everything at least 1 day ahead of time.
Okay.
Because I don't know why they will not take any payment the day of.
How many people do we have going?
I have 11 people confirmed.
No.
3 I'm still waiting to pay. One is one of our mediums and her 2 kids, adult kids. And then one of our group members is bringing her boyfriend with her. Well, not our group members, but one who's going with us. She told me she was going to bring her boyfriend with her. And Bart had a couple of people who were talking about going. That was last week, so I'm going to have to get back with him and try to get the payment. He did have a third person that was going to go, but she just found out today that she wasn't going to be able to go.
That place is pretty big, isn't it?
Oh, it's massive. It's huge.
We could probably have 50 people there and not run into people.
Is this the same place that still has the active prison attached to it?
Yep.
Yeah, just behind the old one.
What is this location?
It's called the Ohio State Reformatory. It's in Mansfield, Ohio.
Of course, it's also sometimes just known as simply Mansfield Reformatory. It's a notorious prison. If you've ever, here's a question for you. You ever seen the movie Shawshank Redemption?
Yeah.
That's where they shot. That is where they shot the movie at.
That's one of my favorite movies.
Never seen it.
You never seen it, Brad?
There's a whole lot of movies you haven't seen.
Yeah, I can tell. We need to start boosting that up for Brad. He needs to start watch. We need to start making a whole list for movies for him to watch.
I'm more of a
Oh,
sci-fi nerd. Sci-fi, fantasy. Seen every single episode of Star Trek. Does that count?
The Green Mile is mine.
How about Star Wars?
Oh, love Star Wars.
Okay, good. I was gonna say, wait a second. What about Star Wars?
Oh,
Because
thank
I'm
God.
also a Star Wars fan.
With all this time off of work, I have been getting caught up big time on my movies.
What's up, Dave?
Now, Dave,
I almost had my daughter watching Star Wars till my wife told her that Baby Yoda wasn't in it. I'm like, damn it, you ruined it.
Yeah, but that's still like, what do you expect it? I mean, she would have to understand that sooner or later. That, wait, Chantel, I've never watched even one Star Wars movie. You serious?
Chantel.
No.
What are we going to do with you? I have most of the Star Wars movies. I have all of the Star Trek movies. I have all of Stargate. That's my favorite one, Stargate.
Yeah. Here's an old one for you. Did you ever watch Earth Final Conflict?
I might have.
It was another Gene Roddenberry show.
Maybe.
Oh, Chantel, I would rather relive
not
my
sure.
divorce.
Ooh.
That is
Use
that
fight
is
words,
dark.
girl.
Man, you are dark.
Wow. Tell us how you really feel, Chantel.
I can't even tell you how many times I've watched the original trilogy.
Oh, that's the same thing for me too.
What about
I am
Spaceballs?
planning on watching the entire Star Wars universe chronologically at some point.
My dad was thinking about he recorded all of them because I know there was like a marathon, like they were showing literally like every single film. And he was asking me at one point, saying, well, if we were to watch all of them, how are we going to do it? Are we going to watch the original trilogy first, or are we going to watch them in chronological order? And it's like, I don't know. It's up to you. I don't know what to think. I mean, I've seen them all.
Chronological order.
What's that?
Chronological order. Because you want the story to make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then you got to watch 1 and 2. Then you got to watch the Clone Wars cartoon. Then you got to watch 3.
That is true.
Well, don't forget Solo,
Rogue One.
Rogue One. Got to throw them in there too.
Yeah, even the spin-offs you got to throw in.
Solo got a bad rap, but it was a good movie.
That's what I've heard.
You haven't seen
I
it?
heard that too.
No, I haven't seen that one. I've seen
I
all the other ones
enjoyed
except
it.
that one.
I enjoyed it, but I get why the die-hard fans would be mad about it because number one, it's not Harrison Ford.
Well, it's never going to be Harrison Ford again at that age. When they're doing
No.
it.
No.
But at the same time, you are not going to take Harrison Ford and do a CGI to make him look like he's 20 years old either.
No.
That's yeah.
It was still great for what it was.
I thought so too. I thought it was good.
Don't get me started on the sequels, the newest sequels.
Oh, the 7, 8, 9.
Yeah. The Disney flops.
I like it, but I don't know if that was the direction that George Lucas would have gone. Because I know that he had
It
some
all
sort of a
planned out.
treatment plan for 9 movies.
Well,
But I
then-
also heard that they're doing I don't know if it's true, but I heard that they're planning on doing a 10, 11, and 12 now.
I hope
I
Disney
could have
burns.
sworn I've heard of something like that before, and honestly, that doesn't surprise me. It really doesn't.
They're going to milk it regardless of whether or not it's good. So
Yeah, but how are you going to continue the original Star Wars story without any of the Skywalkers?
well, they said that the last three were the last three for the Skywalker saga, so it'd have to be somebody totally different.
Right.
Yeah, so
It's just they had so much from the books that they could have done that they just chose this crap they put out.
Yeah, I was going to say there's several other books that were never adapted into films that I think would have been great to use, and they just didn't think about it.
Shadows of the Empire would have been one of them.
Right.
but how
Well, I'm
many
sure
books
everyone was
are
a
there? There's like
candidate.
1,000 books, isn't there?
Oh yeah,
Yeah, there are so
Yeah.
many of them.
Yeah,
Even
so
as someone
how
who's a fan of
is
this, I can't
somebody
even
going to be
keep
able to determine that, okay, we're going to take this book and turn it canon? How are you going to be able to do that without pissing off half of the world?
Yeah, right.
no matter what you do, you're going to piss somebody off. Star Wars fans are never happy, anyways.
That is true.
But yeah, Disney, even when they took over, said that basically all the books were non-canon. So unless it's something Disney produces, they don't want it.
I don't know. I don't know. What about Star Trek? Do you think that they'll actually continue on with that? I heard that they're planning on doing a fourth one from the Kelvin's timeline.
I'd rather watch the Orville than watch Star Trek, any newer Star Treks.
Nick?
I don't know. I haven't. I'm not really that big into Star Trek. I of course I've watched like the original series with William Shatner in it, but I don't know. I'm just not as crazy with Star Trek as I thought I was going to.
Something tells me that Jill is a Star Trek fan.
I think she is. Whoever this is,
Hello.
may have to put that banner back up because we can't see, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah. My wife bought a shirt for work, and it looks like one of the shirts from Star Trek: The Next Generation. So I ended up having to buy her one of those little pins to put on it.
Oh, it's Howie. Okay,
Oh, Howie Odell?
I would assume so.
What did I call him last time? Mandel? Howie Mandel? Or
Yeah, it's definitely him.
Comedian?
Howie Odell.
Yeah. Okay, so let's get to know Brad here a little bit. This is his first time being on a show.
We already do know him. We already do know he's a Star Wars and Star Trek fan.
And
And he's
there's a
got
lot of horror
favorites.
movies that he hasn't watched.
A lot of movies.
A lot.
Yeah.
Just watched it again the other day.
So since this is somewhat of a paranormal show, sometimes we deviate from that.
We
Sometimes.
just did.
Yeah.
What's
Um,
your favorite?
So how'd you get your start into it?
Into the paranormal?
Yeah.
Just watching Ghost Hunters.
That's it?
That's it.
That's it.
You got no story to go along with that.
No experience. Nothing.
I got experiences after starting, but nothing before that.
Okay, let's go with that. Let's build on that. How did you and your wife were a team, right?
Yes.
So what made you two decide to start a team together?
Our first trip to Waverly Hills.
Oh, wait a
Okay.
minute. Okay.
We do it. We didn't go this year, but we usually do it every year for our anniversary.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Aw.
So what made you decide to go there the first time? And what made you decide to make that an anniversary thing?
Oh, there's Hal.
I did not mean to turn that on.
We always we always wanted to go there, so we decided on our anniversary to go. What was the question?
You got to tell a story to keep the story going.
We're boring people. There's really nothing to it.
Did you feel
Nick,
drawn to the location?
You better get a thermos ready because this is going to be a long one.
Oh God, this yeah. And I'm even going to say it before Brad does. I'm sure Brad must be thinking, all right, I'm going to try to stay on keep him on as long so we can get past 6 hours like we did the last. Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Let's get Greg back on the show. We can make it 8 hours. When we start talking about Doctor Who.
I don't know how I was able to sit through a 6-hour show like that. That was, oh man.
Well,
Yeah,
how do you guys feel about the apps on your phone for ghost hunting?
I don't do any apps on the phone.
No
I do
apps
not.
whatsoever?
No, I don't.
I try.
I cannot trust them.
There's one that I do trust, and that's
At all.
Necrophonics.
Which one?
Necrophonics.
Oh, Necrophonics. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I have a few of the. I have just only selected few, but rather very few that I do trust. I know, of course, I'm still trying to figure out if they really do work or not. But other than the ones that I got, like Necrophonics, I ignore all the rest of them, especially because I know there's a lot of people who use it and don't realize it's fake. I always tell people, if you ever have that app called Ghost Radar,
Yeah,
throw
that
it
one's
the hell
fake.
away. Get rid of it now. You're wasting your time.
Yeah, that one you can tell it's fake. Now, Necrophonics, when we were at Waverly, that went the year I had broke my foot. So when they were doing the spirit box up there through Necrophonics, by the time we got upstairs, it came over through Necrophonics, foot, see foot, and break.
Wow.
Favorite?
Okay,
Probably
now,
the best evidence.
really quick, you two are going to get to see something that Nick always gets on me. Check out the comments.
Oh my God. I was just about to click the
See
next
that?
thing, and all of a sudden, boom, all these comments start showing up.
We were just
Yeah.
talking about this earlier, Jeremy.
Yep. That's what we see. Whereas normally for you guys, when you're watching the show, you only see just on whatever page you're watching on. We see it on every one of them.
If you want to
So
put,
now you know what the partial frustration with comments are with us sometimes. You guys only see it once, but for us, we got to see it all the time.
Yeah.
if you want to put David's question back up there real quick.
Yeah, I was just not that one. I'll get to that shortly. It was
He was
what
asking
was
you.
the best evidence you had?
Okay. Oh, that's
I
not-
wish at Whispers I would have had the camera on us when we had the energy push through us, but it was on the temperature box, one that Jeremy has now. But the best evidence still has to be Waverly. Shadow figure popping out.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. I'm going shopping tomorrow, and I need to get some super glue so that I can glue those plugs back into the hole.
I'm going to print you off 4 of those holders, and I'll mail those to you.
Okay.
Jeremy,
we
you
can
sure you don't?
Brad, do you have pictures of the shadow?
I actually have it on Facebook or on YouTube.
Jeremy, I got to ask quickly. I mean, you sure you don't need Gorilla Glue instead to use the glue?
I was trying to stay away from Gorilla Glue.
Instead of waiting for glue to dry, just get the spray Gorilla Glue glued on there that way.
Just don't get it in your hair.
I don't think we're going to have an issue with that.
When you bring up the image, Brad, there's another question here from Jenny. So I'll give you a sec. Chantel. I was expecting Nick to say Gorilla Glue.
Yep. I was trying to stay away from Gorilla Glue, so that's why I was going on with Super Glue.
Yep, there it is. I knew he would say, yeah, he stayed away. No, he's okay. Let's just be honest. He stayed away from it because of not because of all the horror stories I've told about it. He stayed away from it because of me.
So Nick, are
But-
you going to be shaving your
Right,
head?
here in a month, I'm not going to have to worry about Super Glue or Gorilla Glue getting my hair.
What were we asking, Brad?
Are you going to be shaving your head when Jeremy does?
I don't need to shave my head.
He doesn't need to.
Solidarity. I'm already doing it.
I have done
Me
it a few
too.
times. It's happened to me a few times in the past, and I'll tell you one thing, because when it has happened, and people have said this to me over the years, people say I actually look more like Curly from the Three Stooges when I do have it buzz cut.
Can you do the whoop 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 that he does?
No, no, not today. My voice is a little bit cracked up for today. Maybe another time though.
I'll tell you what, when they did the Three Stooges movie, 10, 15 years ago, when they
No,
when
it
they did
was
that,
2012.
12. Okay, so the guy that played Curly, oh man, he was spot on.
Yeah.
I thought he really was the original Curly.
Well, I will tell you this. I mean, one thing about, because we saw that when it came out in theaters, that was actually the last movie my grandfather saw before he passed away. Because he grew up in that era watching the Three Stooges, and not to mention he's watched them when they were brand. He actually got to meet them at one point during the mid 1940s. So I'm sure this was going to bring back memories for him. So yeah, that was his last theatrical movie he saw before he passed away a couple months later in 2013.
What was that? The Three Stooges?
Yeah, the Three Stooges movie.
Jenny, that's called the power of suggestion.
Oh, this?
Yeah, she's wondering why she heard the whoop 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 whoop. You know.
Oh my God! I prefer the Professor Snape look, Nick.
Actually,
Oh my
I can see that now.
Yeah, I did
all you
not
need
even
is to
think
get
that.
that black cape.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: you need to get mean.
Oh, I can do that.
No more laughing, no more smiling. You need to get mean.
You know what I could probably do is, well, hopefully if it gets fixed, and I should get my cloak, and even though it's red on the inside, I could digitalize that to being black instead. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Come
Yeah,
on,
I never
I'll
thought
computer,
about
so
that
it's just
until
taking a
Chantel said
minute.
it.
That's the first time anyone's said describe me that way. I've never thought of that one. So thanks, Chantel.
Nick, I sent you the video at 4:40, about 4:40, 4:44. If that's where you want to start it, you can actually see it in the video.
Okay, hang on. Give me 1 second here. I'll share it on screen.
Yeah, I figured you would try to share it.
Or yeah, if you want to share it yourself.
Sorry if
Buy
my
about all the
Wi-Fi
computer.
sucks.
Wi-Fi sucks.
Yeah, it does. Before you ask Jeremy, no, I don't have all these links up like crazy as usual. So,
I just love picking on them tabs.
I'm gonna have to start doing that weekly just to bring up a number of tabs, just to freak the hell out of Jeremy.
That's okay because I enjoy doing this to bug the hell out of you.
No, the video I
those
sent you at
links.
Waverly, that was the best evidence. The best experience happens to be my favorite location, which is Whispers Estates. That's where we actually were physically attacked by a spirit.
Oh, so this is from where you were there, what, a month ago?
No, the one that I sent Nick was from Waverly.
Oh, okay.
Give me 1 second here, guys. Oh wait, now it's showing up. I was going to say for some reason my messenger was not opening it not opening it up. But now I got it.
Every now and then I get that issue on my laptop. I don't
Yeah,
know
like
why.
you're trying to click on a messenger so you can try to get to like a message or something like that, and it
and it
just
takes
won't
a
open.
while for it to load up.
Then I also sent Nick the one from Whispers in the Basement that I showed you before, Jeremy, where we're doing that spirit box session and then got attacked.
Okay, so
So
here is
while Nick is bringing that, oh, he's doing it now.
got it.
Only
I got
2 tabs, yay!
About 440 in the video.
Okay.
Between 440 and 440. 440,
All right, I'll
444.
put it at 4. Yeah, I'll start at 4:30. Which floor was this on, Brad?
Fourth floor.
Okay.
This is where Big Black usually is.
Oh, Big Black. Yeah, I've heard of the story.
Oh, the creeper?
The
No,
Creeper, yeah.
no, Big Black I think is different than the Creeper. This one's just the big black blob that you always see.
Just let me give it a second because it's again connection's going slow for some reason. So just want to don't want to keep it buffering.
And
Yes,
we'll,
You
oh,
walk to the left hand
losing-
side, you can already see it right there. You can already see it
Like-
down the hallway on the left hand side, the little silhouette pop out.
Oh yeah, I can see like
I'm
right
gonna, I'm
over
gonna
here.
put this
Yeah.
on the solo layout. Oh, I can't.
Oh, you can't.
Yep, it actually pops out and pops in a couple times.
Give me just another 10 seconds, and then I'll play it. Because again, I'm not sure what's going on with the player today, but connection's just acting really rough.
It looks like the shadow of a person down there at the end of the hall.
I was gonna say, you sure
That-
there's nothing stand there too,
that-
Brad? Because it looks like there's a shadow figure.
That could have been the IRs behind me doing my own shadow.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. Yeah.
The one on the left hand side, you can see that it just leans out, and that one's definitely not one of us.
Yeah, it has that kind of curious position. All right, now let's see if it will work this time. Here we go.
Then it disappears. Then it should pop out again.
Yeah. Yep, I see it. There it is.
Wow.
It's just like you could really here. I'll play it again. Oh, come on.
Where is this at?
Fourth floor, I believe.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. Which floor? it
Right by
was
the
on.
staircase. Or right by the stairs.
All the way at the end?
Yeah. As you come up the stairs on the fourth floor, it was the right hand side, I believe. Denise and Ernie Pack were our tour guides. In the beginning of the video, me and Denise actually walked down into Big Black.
What I love about it is that you can actually see it like peeking outwards and then peeking back in.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't just like on some videos, it doesn't just appear out of nowhere. It actually is moving back and forth.
And we didn't even notice it at the time either till I went back and watched.
That's really cool.
But if you go back to the beginning of the video, you can just see how dark that hallway gets. Like right.
Oh yeah, it is dark.
It
Then it
looks
was
like
like-
it was coming out of the door.
Yeah, because
What's that,
Denise.
Jeremy?
Yeah, that's Denise down there right now. And you just see it come from the back of her all the way and just engulf her in shadow.
Yeah, I could see there's a little bit of a shadow where she's at. So now I can understand when you mentioned about, having your own shadow casted at the end of the hallway.
Yeah. Yeah, but the other one was too light to be anybody's shadow being casted, and the way it peeked out.
Right. Well, yes, in the way how it moved too.
Now, if you just give it a little bit, it should start getting darker. Nobody wanted to walk down there, so I walked down there with her. Yep, you can.
It's like that entire end of the hall. It's like consumed by the darkness almost.
Yep.
It's like slowly being consumed.
Because this section here is, I think that's the children's ward.
I thought the children's ward was top floor though.
Well, they have the 5th floor and then
See,
part
there
of
you
the
go.
4th floor all the way at the end.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Now I see what you're talking
You
about.
see how it's just getting blacker and blacker.
Let me go back again just to see that out of curiosity.
Yeah, I missed it.
Oh come on! I don't know what's going. I seriously don't know what's going on with YouTube. Give me a break, really? Now the whole video is consumed by the darkness. All right, hang on. I'll just refresh it.
Oh, the fun things that come on the 13th dimension.
Where nothing ever goes right.
Nope.
It could be as bad as last night.
Jeez, yeah.
If you,
Yeah,
you
with
see
all
how,
the technical issues we had.
look at how black it is down there, though.
Yeah. All right, now it seems to be running normally.
And you can hear Denise or Ernie in the background.
Well, it looks like she just reacted to something.
Yeah, I was going to notice she seems to be really standing there for like a few seconds if something like got her attention.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I walk down there into it with her, it's just a different energy down there.
Honestly, actually, now thinking about this, definitely does bring back the memories, and I actually do remember that change of the feeling when I was there over a decade ago.
Then you just see it, just turn pitch black, and
Jeez, yeah.
and it just gets darker and darker. Then it just goes away.
Go back 10 seconds.
Yeah, we don't have Denise and Ernie on for this because I'm sure they've seen this footage already, but still.
Oh yeah.
That makes me, okay, again, that actually makes me curious now that if we're ever able to get the footage of the investigation that we had back in 2010, that makes me wonder if maybe we captured something very much like that back then. Yeah, it just consumed by the dark.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, so there I need, and then I don't know if that was somebody's shadow that we saw right there on the wall. Did you have anybody else running IR behind whoever's filming this?
I was filming this. I had somebody next to me running IR.
Okay, so would somebody have blocked something on that camera to cause that to black out a little bit?
No, because it was just me and him standing next to each other and nobody in front of us. Except for when Denise walked down there.
Okay.
But that was after when it got all black.
Right after Denise walks off screen, I saw a shadow on the wall to her right. But I don't know if that was somebody there or not.
It almost looks like at the end it's not even her shadow that's being casted down there, too.
No, it doesn't.
No.
It even makes me wonder if that's a separate entity. Could that be the same thing that later shows up that is seen peeking out in the later part of the video?
Somebody is moving around back there, and they keep casting a shadow on the wall.
Yeah, somebody next to me is moving around. You can see.
Yeah, I can see the
But
shadow.
when it goes completely black like that, that's just.
I'll walk down there with the camera. I'm walking down by you.
Do you remember how many people you had walking around right
No,
there in that area?
not offhand, no.
Okay. Oh, you guys were there the day before my birthday.
No, the date's not right on that.
Oh, it's
Oh.
not? Okay.
No. Actually,
Actually, I was gonna say it looks like because I could see like Denise is wearing a hoodie. Was it cold in that build? Was it cold when you guys went, or was it actually warm?
It was after our anniversary. It was around April 20, between 20th and 25th. It was still kind of chilly. It was actually comfortable.
It was just a year before we eventually showed up because we went also in April of last year.
Yeah, the date actually is right on that.
Okay, so
that
would have been a month before we were there.
Well, no, this was a year before then because this was taken.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Because the previous year we were there at the end of May.
And if you rewind it about 10 seconds, Nick. A little bit more yet. You see, he's sitting there with the IR, so there's nobody walking in front of it from when those shadows come out. That if you look in the middle, it does look like a separate entity too.
Okay. That is not a shadow on the door because that doesn't change at all. I think that's the chippings on the door.
Okay.
Damn it, hang on a sec. I just lost it again. Damn YouTube. Like we said the other night, you gotta love technology.
You gotta play the second one though. That was a freaky experience.
Okay, hold on one second.
That's the basement one. That's one where we all got freaked out.
I'll tell you this, I really do miss going to Waverly.
Oh,
I love it.
You're telling me that I miss that place so much too. And I have to admit, because Jeremy, I told you about this plenty of times, but when we went last year, not only did it bring back a lot of memories when I was there, now 12 years ago back in high school, but more importantly, I was amazed how much the building really has changed since my first time. Because when I was there, the building, they still fully didn't add windows into the building. Most of the hallways were still littered with, dust and debris, and the staircases you couldn't even go through back then. They literally, some of the staircases were broken. Like they literally blocked it off. And then finally, it was just a really dirty building at that time. And when I went last year, I'm like, wow, they've really fixed up and cleaned up the building. Like a lot of it.
Yeah, it was.
Every year that I have been going, there have been some form of improvement up until this last time that I was there.
Yeah.
The last time you were there, Jeremy, did you go to the body shoot?
Oh, I go in there every time.
That's the one place at the end of the night where we felt we weren't wanted. We were actually chased out of there by a shadow.
There was one. It was 2020. It was in March of 2020 because I was there twice in the same year. March of 2020, I was invited by a team out of Massachusetts, so I went. And I went into the chute, the tunnel, and I just felt this odd feeling, this sort of like an anxiety, and I could only spend 15 minutes in there because I felt like something was going to charge at me.
Yep, that's what we felt. End of the night, we finally went down to the tunnel, and I couldn't go down the steps because I had a broken foot, but it just felt like something didn't want us down there.
Yeah, and then 2 months later in May when we were there with the team, I spent a little over an hour in that tunnel by myself, and nothing happened.
That's the great thing. Every time you go to the same location, you're going to get mix. You're going to get something different.
Yeah.
Looks like you guys are seeing double, and we just lost Jill too.
The one spot in Waverly that my wife had a panic attack was actually the shock therapy room. The moment she walked in there, she just couldn't stay in there. Something in there just affected her.
Which room?
What was the shock therapy? I forget which floor that's on.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember where that's at. There's just so much there. it's hard to keep everything straight.
And that was just through the tours. They were showing us the room, and she just had to walk out because it was just too much.
I'm
Why
still
were you-
getting the video. I'm still trying to get the video up. Yeah, the reason why I froze and all of a sudden there was two of me was I was starting to get really frustrated with the connection, so I disconnected my internet and then came back on to see if it would have any improvements. So hopefully it does.
Okay.
Nick's just cloning himself.
Well, he's probably going to need a second him to retain even more information for him to learn.
Yeah, once Waverly gets in, I can't wait to go back once it gets back into Tina and Charlie's hands.
Oh, we're going to
Yeah.
have a party.
Oh, that's going to be like, in my opinion, like once, when the chance of us, when we win this whole thing, wait, Joe's back. When we win this whole thing,
Almost back.
that's good. Huh?
Almost back.
Almost
There's going
back.
to be a big party on the hill.
Yeah, there's going to be basically like a huge paranormal, as I would probably put a huge paranormal nation party for us.
There she is. Maybe.
Okay. Damn it. What's going on here now? Hang on. Still having. I got the video up. I'm just trying to get it to load.
There you go, Jeremy. You can see one of my daughter's paintings in the background. The one I showed you before, you and Nick.
Oh, yeah. I remember
Okay.
that now. Okay, I got
What is the one beside it? It almost looks like The Undertaker.
It's from a podcast called Dr. No Sleep.
Oh, Dr. No Sleep. I've heard of that. Yeah.
Okay. Because it almost looks like The Undertaker there.
It's actually a plague doctor.
All right, so here is the so this was the one in Whispers Estate.
I don't know if you can.
Yeah, hang on, Brad. Hi, Marianne. Welcome to the show.
Is it supposed to start off this way, Brett?
Yeah. It's not.
Oh, this damn connection.
I think this is just the actual audio recording from the basement.
It's audio. Okay.
Buy the full version to remove the watermark.
You're going to need to turn it up, though, Nick.
Unfortunately, I just turned it up, but this is now as high as it goes. If I was on my desktop, I probably would have made it louder, but I'm on my laptop right now.
May just have to share the link so people can go listen to it.
Right.
Because that was like a once in a lifetime experience.
Where is this at?
It's that Whispers Estate.
I don't think you're going to be able to hear it.
Where at?
The basement.
No, I mean,
Whispers Estate.
at what time on this video?
Oh, it's the whole video.
It's the whole thing? Okay.
Okay.
But you can't really hear it, though.
Unless you have like headphones.
Plus, it wants to load. I think we just lost Jill again.
It sounds pretty good on my side. I can hear it loud and clear.
I'm having a hard time hearing it.
Okay, yeah, we're probably just gonna have to send the link then, because there's just not much I can do.
Yeah, you'll have to.
We were using necrophonics, and we got Hot, which the little girl was burned in a fire. We got Leave Me Alone in a little girl's voice. And then we had a male creepy voice say behind you. And as soon as I say behind who, that's when we had that hot energy push through all of us.
Okay.
I just sent the link out for
Nick,
anyone.
send me
that.
that link, and I will check it out. Yeah, I'll check it out after the show.
I think I sent it to you before, Jeremy. That's one where the one who was with us was screaming. You watch so much stuff. I don't expect
I
you to
have. How many conversations have we had since between now and then?
I don't know, 5,000? And how many of
Jeez,
those?
you've had more
5,000
conversations with him than me, then, Jeremy.
I am so swamped. I can't remember anything. There are some days I'm waking up, I don't even know what day it is.
I get that all the time.
Yeah, that happens to me too.
Yeah, but at least you guys have some semblance of stability because you go to work. I don't. So every day I don't know what's what. Nick, send that to me on Messenger, that link.
I'll do in just a sec. There is actually, I just want to go back to the chat because there were a few other questions that I've been meaning to get up. Most of them was from Jenny. Well, I don't know if this already answers the question already, Brett. And we just lost Jill once again.
Hi, Joe.
Bye, Jill. Jenny was asking, what was the most scariest location that, well, at least you've been to?
Oh, I think I know Brad's answer to this one.
Well, none of them are really that scary except for when we got to the basement at Whispers. I mean, the scariest location was my first wedding, but.
Okay, I'm about to send it to you now, Jeremy, so you can check it out for yourself.
But besides the basement, even you see all the shows sit there and talk about Waverly being scary and demonic and bad, and the energy felt more playful.
Yeah, and that's even the same thing. And I'm sure you probably have heard me say this before. That's literally the same thing, too, also with Bobby Mackey's Music World. They say it's like this horrific, evil place. You're going to get attacked. You're going to get possessed. You're going to encounter demons. The entire time we were there, we only had one type of activity that occurred, and literally that was it. There wasn't anything else that occurred. So even if it was like considered dangerous, it probably isn't anymore because there was that exorcism that occurred. So even if there was something there, it's no longer there.
Jill is having connection issues. She's going to try to restart her phone and come back in.
Okay.
And see, the whole part about the Whispers basement, it wasn't the energy that freaked me out. It was her looking me straight in the eyes and screaming bloody murder. Because she didn't know what was going on. So I thought something popped up behind me, so I whip up the lantern and start looking, and that's when everybody was freaking out, so we ended up going upstairs. Then as soon as we got upstairs, we got an EVP of a little girl saying, "I'm sorry."
Oh, wow.
On the same recording.
Jeremy, I just sent you the link.
Okay.
Oh, also, speaking of videos, guys, I just saw this, all this talk about Waverly. I see right now that Ernie Pack is on right now. So, of course, obviously,
I heard. Yeah, I saw that he was going to go live and talk about some rumors, I guess, that are floating around again.
Yeah, it's probably revolving around these some guy, I guess, that works for the WHHS, and he's desperately trying to save his job and telling us what we need to do if this guy does that, because obviously he's going to add more rumors and lies to this so they can try to hopefully beat the case against us. So it might be that. I'm not sure. He's still live right now, so I don't know.
Yeah, he's live, and I got closed caption on.
Okay. Jenny was asking, why do you think demonic is so lossily used? I didn't even know that was
because people want to sell ratings for TV shows.
Yeah, and that's obviously the biggest person that's known to do that. Obviously, is Zach Bagans.
Yep.
Everything to him is, you know what? I'm going to be honest, because, and I'm sure you guys probably may have seen this episode years ago. Although that they came to Joliet prison, which is not too far from me. Of course, they've also checked out a few other haunted locations throughout Chicago. If you guys remember that episode when they went to investigate, they went to 2 locations in Chicago, which was Thatcher's Grove Cemetery and the Excalibur in the city. And they were talking about how they said that it was haunted by a little girl and was known to push people like off balconies or whatever. And they're saying that, it could be demonic just appearing as something innocent. That's nonsense, because what they didn't tell you was Excalibur was actually once, although it was the Chicago Historical Society, back in the 1890s, it was also a temporary morgue when we had the Eastland disaster of 1915. So you had bodies that were actually brought into that building. And from what I've heard is they think this little girl had seen, it is not a demon. They're saying she may have most likely been a victim of the Eastland disaster. So they're ignoring some parts of the history and just cutting to the chase, saying, nope, this is definitely a demonic entity, when it's not.
And the thing about that too is with him is his new show, House Calls? Like the very first episode, I'm getting possessed over the internet.
That's just dumb. I mean, come on. I mean, it's just like, and there was also that one episode I remember where he felt like he was getting possessed and he started laughing. Like, I'm thinking to myself, he's just playing with everyone. I can tell he is.
It's just for the ratings. That's all it is.
Yeah.
99.999% of the time somebody says it's demonic. It's not. If you look at how he goes in there, him and his group go in there, they go in there being assholes. I mean,
yeah, they are. And
they go in there yelling. They go in there yelling at the spirits. The spirits were once human too. If you come in yelling at me, I'm going to start attacking you.
Yeah, it's just that it's an act of disrespect that, mostly, well, I wouldn't fully say the entire group, but mostly Zach. Yeah. The rest, to me, the rest of the group is fine to me. It's just Zach that I have an issue with. So
if you go in with the bad intentions like that, you're going to get bad stuff.
Yeah, it's just like, when you have an attitude towards the living, if you're going to act like a jerk, it's just like anything else. If you're going to act like a jerk, we're going to treat you like a jerk.
Well, it's just like that recording I had you guys share the link to at Whispers. That was after we were respectful all night. We really didn't get much. So when we went outside so people could smoke and we went back in, we were talking outside about, let's, be a little bit more forceful and not as respectful. And as soon as we said that, as soon as we went back into the basement right away, that's what happened. So it's all about your intentions.
Yeah, I'll be honest again. I'm sure you probably
okay. So
what's up?
Well, this thing here that Ernie's talking about. So they're talking about the haunted house that they have every year at Waverly.
Yeah.
So the first year that they didn't have the haunted house is because of the pandemic. And then last year they didn't have the haunted house because the WHHS decided they were never going to do it again. Now, apparently, there's a rumor going around that 2 members of the WHHS have formed a company and they are doing a contract with the WHHS to do a haunted house.
Really?
Yeah, that's the rumor.
Okay.
Stall tactics about the court.
I don't know who this is. Facebook user asked me, "Do I believe spirits is energy?" Yeah.
I bet that's Cheyenne because Cheyenne was talking earlier.
Oh, Cheyenne was okay.
Yeah, she was as Facebook user, but when she mentioned her grandmother, so I knew that was Cheyenne. So I'll bet you that's her.
Yeah, well, either way, to answer the question, I definitely believe they are they are of energy. And honestly, I wanted to bring one other thing up. And again, Brad, you probably have heard me say this before on these shows, but all this stuff about all this talk about demonic stuff. In all my years I've done investigations, I probably have only had 1, 2, maybe 3 encounters that I would actually call demonic. If that, honestly, there's really only, if not even 3, even if it was just 1, because that just goes to show you how rare those type of entities are.
And they are rare.
They are.
That's why when people go, "Oh, it's demonic," you can't just label something demonic
No,
just
you
because you
can't.
want ratings.
The only reason why I'm saying this particular issue was demonic was we actually, I didn't, of course, I didn't perform it, but I was a witness to it. Is that I actually was a witness to an exorcism, and I actually saw it. It really was like a scene out of The Exorcist, and voice changed, eyes went black. It was quite a scary sight. And of course, some people have said, well, even if it's rare, that's awesome. You got to see it. Not really. When you encounter something like that, and when you encounter something like that, and you see almost that homicidal look in their face and those black eyes and the way how they were ready to basically attack, and that voice changing, that changes you forever, and you'll never forget it. So, some people say it's cool that I had encountered it, but honestly, from my experience, it's not really something I'm fully proud of, because it was really a terrifying situation. It's definitely not something to joke around with, and that's what I think Zach Bagans always underestimates. He thinks it's always cool. Like, even if he is encountering demonic entities, it's exciting. It's awesome. It really is.
No, it isn't.
It's horrific. Let's see. No, Cheyenne. Then why couldn't a spirit come through a computer and have possession over a person? Spirits can mess with radios, TV, and lights.
Well, why would a spirit waste that much energy to go through the internet through the computer when they could just possess somebody right next to them in the house?
Exactly. I've seen a few, obviously there's horror films about it, like about certain entities that use like a lot of the modern technology where they're actually not like The Ring, but like actually using, computers and stuff to get to certain people. Actually, probably the best example of that is I forgot what the movie was called. It came out almost 10 years ago. It was that found footage movie that involved Skype in it. It was Unfriended. That's what it was. Yeah.
Yeah, I seen that one.
Yeah, Unfriended. That was probably a primary example of a spiritual entity basically going online to attack people. Of course, understandably, that was revolving around cyberbullying. So,
but that entity on that movie was particularly attacking certain people, though, too.
Yeah, and it wasn't, and even the movie, it wasn't a demonic entity. It was the spirit of a former kid who was bullied, unfortunately. When I was going to a church, a woman there was possessed, and her eyes wasn't black, but she did bark and growl.
I mean,
I have never come across anything demonic in all the years that I've been doing it.
I mean, we're not saying that nothing's not demonic. We're just saying that certain people use it overly way too much.
Way, way too much. And honestly, if you kind of look now, and honestly, this is just my opinion, but if you look at paranormal shows from 20 plus years ago, yes, you heard the term demonic, of course, even from those shows. But honestly, unlike today, the term demonic obviously wasn't used as frequently as it is today. So honestly, whether it was demonic or not that they encountered, I actually believe those older shows more than I do with a lot of these new shows these days. Because understandably, back then there weren't as many paranormal groups and investigation and shows back then.
No, there wasn't. There's like what? When Ghost Hunters came out, there was just Ghost Hunters.
Well, there was Ghost Hunters, and I do remember Travel Channel long before they even had Ghost Adventures on. If you guys remember, they used to always have a lot of paranormal shows that would play on Friday night. They would have, it wouldn't even really be series. It would just be different documentaries they would perform in. And a lot of these paranormal shows that they broadcasted were actually even older than I expected they were. They were actually originally made like in the late 90s, early 2000s. The only true series that they ever aired at that time was, and this was just like 3 years after it began, was Most Haunted. So, and
the one I remember watching was Scariest Places on Earth.
Scariest Places on Earth, that's another one.
No,
Yeah.
wasn't Most Haunted? Isn't that one where they do the reenactments though?
No, it's with not necessarily reenactments, but it was with that group from the UK. With
Okay, I may be thinking of a different one then.
yeah, that's a different show entirely. For Most Haunted, they've actually a couple of years ago they brought it back. So they've been doing this show for like 20 years, and I have to admit it's nice that they're back on the Travel Channel. It's like they're kind of giving that nostalgic feeling of like what the Travel Channel used to be like. Though even still, it's still never the same because now with all these other paranormal shows that they're showing, they don't show any of the older documentaries anymore. But thank goodness, though, somebody on YouTube was fortunate enough to have copies of it. And he actually uploaded them on YouTube. So that really brought back a lot of memories.
Well, the thing I hate about Discovery Plus is that every week there's a new paranormal show. You start watching it, then the next week there's another new one. It's just like they're just trying to pop up new shows.
They're starting to become a dime a dozen.
Yeah.
There are so many of them. I mean, there's a lot of them. Matter of fact, I know there's several other ones that I don't even know about. So there's just too many to keep up. I mean, if they might as well just call it the Paranormal Channel. It's not even the Travel Channel anymore.
Yeah.
What's up, Eldon? Getting a couple
Yeah,
new
it's
faces show up.
Yep. It's just getting ridiculous out there, really. And it's all they say it's different, but it's not. It's all the same thing.
Yeah.
It's just different people now doing locations that we are most familiar with.
Well, there's also one other thing I got to point out too. These older paranormal shows that I was mentioning that used to air on the Travel Channel almost every Friday night. The one thing that I think I like more about the older shows is that most of them don't even revolve around investigations. It was just simple locations that they would tell the history of, tell the ghost stories of, talk to witnesses who've experienced things, and that was it. So in other words, it's like paranormal TV 20 years ago was really kind of like your typical type of show of people talking ghost stories, and that was it. It wasn't about evidence. It wasn't about demons. It wasn't about who had the scariest experience or had the best. It was none of that. It was just people getting together and telling their stories. And
Well, that's like when you guys had Noah and his brother on from Spirit Stalkers. That's pretty much what they're doing. Is they tell more of the history and they interview people more than they show the investigations.
Yeah, that's yep. And Eldon just brought up another old show, Fear on MTV.
I don't think I've watched Fear.
Remember that one, Jeremy?
Nope.
I never seen it, but I do know about it. That was it was a show again from the early 2000s. I think it was 2002 or 2003. And it was kind of along the lines of Scariest Places on Earth. It was released around that same period. And what the show was, it would involve
I was always a VH1 fan because they actually played music videos.
Yeah. Well, MTV used to do that, but they don't do that anymore. So, but
no, did that like what, the first 3 years of MTV. Then every year after that was all reality shows.
Yeah. Well, in this case, though, with Fear, I think that was probably the only paranormal show they ever had. It was a show that involved, I think, usually like with high school and college kids. A lot of them were like in their late teens to early mid-20s. And they would send them to a particular location, some of which, were notorious locations. I think like Eastern State Penitentiary was probably one of them. The show only ran for, I think, only about 1, 2, maybe 3 seasons. I can't remember its time. It wasn't on for that long, but they would send this group, these group of kids to go to this location and usually spend either it was like a night or 2 nights at a location. During the day, that would be their time, to sleep and eat. And then, of course, obviously at night, they would do the investigation. And if they got too scared out of it, they would eventually, because I guess they got prizes, I think, if they managed to go through the entire investigation. And if they failed, they wouldn't be able to get that prize. It was It was basically like, put it this way, like a paranormal take for high schoolers and college students.
MTV saddens me.
Yeah, I know it does. Oh, actually, no, I just looked it up.
It was
Ridgelayer, 2000 to 2002.
16 episodes.
Yeah, 16 episodes. The show, its second season ended only after 6 aired episodes. It was canceled not because of a lack of interest, even though the show was the second most popular on MTV at the time of its cancellation, but because of the high cost of producing each episode. So, okay, they say the rules usually were the contestants were blindfolded and led by guides to the supposedly haunted area. They were then instructed to remove their blindfolds after a predetermined amount of time, allowing the guides to slip out unseen. The area where they are taken to is known as the safe house, usually a large room, somewhere within the location where no hauntings are reported to have taken place. This location serves as the group's base and is the only part of the haunted location with lighting. Every member of the group chooses a color at random from a predefined list. During daylight hours, the group is allowed to sleep and eat, as dares only take place at night. Once night arrives, a computer terminal will usually pick 1 or 2 colors and assign a dare. This computer also provides the group with background information about the area. A member of the group, not assigned to the current dare, provides instructions from the computer via two-way radios. Each contestant is given the option at any time during the dare to abort. However, doing so will cause the contestant to forfeit his or her share of the winnings and to leave the group. Another contestant will be then chosen by the computer to complete the dare. After 2 nights, any contestants remaining in the game are directed to the location of their monetary prize, and each collects $5,000. In the pilot episode, however, the survivors only received $3,000 each. The dares themselves range in difficulty, often starting out easy and close to the safe house, eventually getting more difficult and further from the group's base. While most rely on simple observation, radio silence, EMFs, some of the dares rely specific reenactments of haunting events, and a few even dabble in occult or paranormal possession, seance, automatic drawing, or spirit channeling. So that's basically what the show was.
And Jill has finally made her way back to the show.
Welcome back.
I'll try.
Let me
Looks
ask
like you're in
you.
a different location now.
Oh, yeah.
I went
Go back up.
into the bedroom hoping it'll connect better.
So what were you going to ask, Brett?
Oh, I was going to ask, you guys believe in haunted objects, right?
Yes.
What do you think of, here, let me grab it. What do you think of objects like this from a loved one who's deceased where you had their clothes made into a teddy bear?
Whoa.
You ever seen that before, Nick?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, we had my grandma's clothes when she died made into teddy bears for the grandkids.
Huh.
That is just like, I've never seen something like that before.
You know, I
I
have
like
something
the idea.
similar. I have something similar. When my grandma died 20-some years ago, they took some of the quotes that she made and took pieces out of each one and made a teddy bear out of that.
Yeah, they took a bunch of my grandma's sweatshirts and made that. Now, I think it was last year here. You're not far from where I am, Jeremy. We actually had a tornado hit every house around us. It took across the street. It took up the lady's fence. Down the road, it ripped up the tree out of the asphalt. And all the asphalt and the tree came out of the ground.
Wow.
Didn't touch our house at all.
Lucky.
So I would say that with that bear, she's watching over this house.
What's this right here? I think this is Cheyenne again. Holy crap, there's a novel right here. My aunt got a hold of my grandmother and asked her to cast out an unclean spirit out of a girl. This girl would float across my aunt's floor. My grandmother didn't want to do it. She ended up going to my aunt's, and the girl floated across the floor due to the unclean spirit. Grandma forgets the name of the spirit that he calls himself, but between Grandma and Ab, they cast out the unclean spirit. Girl was messing with black magic, and the church she was going to wouldn't help her. Teeth of a past loved one, and she's got Dad's finger in the yard. Jeez,
Finger in the yard.
that's
Finger.
Okay.
yeah. I don't know what to say about that.
Yeah.
Cheyenne. I wouldn't fully put that out publicly when you tell somebody about that.
I mean,
That's not. I don't know what my reaction is. That's not where my thought process went.
we got my grandmother's ashes made into necklaces for all the grandkids too, but a finger.
Yeah, that's something else.
Put that in a bag and it could be a voodoo item.
Exactly.
It could be, yeah.
Here's that question.
A crossroads bag.
Jill, Jenny asked earlier, what's the scariest location that you've been to?
Yeah, I was gonna bring that up. I'm looking for it right now.
Good luck with that.
No, I'm already halfway there, so I got it. So
Grandmother is Native American. Wow.
wait, what did she say? Oh, okay. Grandmother's Native American, so the hospital had to let her take his finger.
Weird. Jeez.
Oh, come on, Jerry. You just did that. Give me a break. Now I gotta go. Look what you did. Now I gotta go all the way back up.
I would say
You're welcome, Nick. All right, so Jill.
Here it is. Got it.
Uh-oh.
I think she's.
I don't know if she's trying to talk or.
I think she's frozen. Yeah, her phone is frozen.
when
What the hell is this?
I was 18, worked at
Could you say that again? Could you possibly say it again? We couldn't hear any of it.
uh-oh.
Yeah, all I heard was when you were 8,
I heard 18.
18.
I thought I heard 16 actually.
Well, whatever the age she said, that was the last thing I heard.
Okay, I'll try. Say the mansion I worked at, it was pretty haunted, and so I saw a oh.
Oh, we're
Yeah,
doing
we
so good.
Oh,
Want
See,
to know
this
that
is how you
story.
keep an audience by leaving them hanging and wanting more.
I
now
know.
it'll be about another 30 minutes before she gets back on.
Okay, hang on. Who the hell just called me?
Technically, we can end the show whenever we want. Yeah.
8 hours later, we finally find out what age she really said.
Who just called me from Bristol, Pennsylvania?
I thought you were going to say, who called you from prison?
No, Bristol, Pennsylvania. Let's see who this is quickly. They left me a voicemail.
We want to ask you about your car's warranty.
What's that?
Was it one asking you about your car's warranty?
No, actually, I'm just about to
There we
listen to it. Ooh, hang on.
Don just sent me the show logo.
Oh, he did. Okay, good. Because I told you I was going to call him up before we got on. I got onto the show. Hang on.
I should be getting my boards next week, Jeremy. And then the chips a week after that.
Okay, it wasn't. It's
The-
This was not a car dealership. Somehow, apparently, I got a call from the University of Pennsylvania.
For what?
Okay.
Here I'll put it on speaker. It's just like a 30-second recording.
I am calling from the University of Pennsylvania. We are conducting a research study on current issues. This is not a sales call.
I already know where this is going.
Participation of a member of your household. Please call us at 866-795-4246 to participate in this important study.
Nope.
Thank you so much and have a
Yeah, I could tell that's still an ad call.
Yeah.
That
I was-
I could probably even guarantee that is not even from the University of Pennsylvania.
Do you guys get the spam calls where it's almost identical to your own phone number?
Yeah, I've gotten a few of those.
I haven't gotten that.
So anytime something comes up with my phone number, like the first three of my phone number, I just automatically send it to voicemail.
We don't know who this is. Facebook user. Make sure to give StreamYard permission so we can see your name.
Yeah, and don't forget Brad's on the show too.
Yeah, we got Brad on this time.
July
It's
32nd.
It is officially July 32nd now that he's on.
Yes.
Jeremy,
Now, Jill, I don't know what's
I
going on
think
with
again
Jill.
it's her connection issues.
no, I do want to do an experiment while we're at Mansfield, Jeremy.
Yeah.
I got 6 EMF pumps. I
Oh,
want them all in
Oh
one
wow, that's quite the amount.
See how bad it ramps it up.
that is oh boy.
This is definitely going to be like an exciting night to, try that out also in Mansfield because Larry, this is literally like my first time actually investigating Mansfield at night. I've been there for
It's
the oh,
great.
Jill's back.
And she's in a different place again. Okay, so really
Right.
quick, yeah. So really quick, next week I am not going to be on this
Oh.
show. I am actually going to be on Greg's show as a guest.
Greg Kosas.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Okay, I remember you told me. So
Yep.
is there going to be a show at all for next Friday then, or are we
Yeah,
just
the Pure Unity.
Perry Unity one? Okay.
Yeah. So Clarissa's going to be helping out on that one. She's going to be host and guest with that one.
Okay. And we
And-
just lost Jill once again.
Bye bye, Joe.
She'll be back.
What was I doing?
I didn't think she was going to make it back this last time she was gone for so long.
No, the boards I was telling you about, Jeremy, the REM pod boards and the single LED REM pod boards I had made up. Those will be coming in next week.
Okay.
But hopefully get the answer boxes made up and get the REM pods made up for you guys before Mansfield.
So
Okay,
doing the pumps. Wow, 6 of them.
I think 6 would be overkill, though.
Yeah.
Unless you got a big enough room that you could spread them all out.
Well, you're planning on putting all of them in the same room?
I mean, you got a lot. I mean, if you're going to be doing it in different rooms, I mean, you got a lot of room
I mean-
for it. Because like I said, when you
Well, the thing is, he's planning on putting them all in the same room.
Like a big room, not like a small room. Like
Yeah.
one in the corner of the room. And
imagine if he did that like at one of the cell blocks. Jeremy,
Oh,
like
8 Central.
8 Central.
That means I can be on this show for a little bit.
Okay.
I thought it was 8 Eastern.
Okay, so it would be 8 o'clock my time then.
Yeah.
Because don't forget, Greg, he lives in Chicago, so he lives.
I know, but I originally thought it was going to be 8 Eastern. I didn't know.
No, he's about. I think he's about an hour away from where I live. So obviously, even for that, it would still be the same time zone. So I know exactly which time he's talking about.
Okay.
So
I'll still be able to be on this show for a little bit.
And we got Jill back.
Nope.
Maybe.
Possibly.
Is there a big enough room at Mansfield where you could put all the EM pumps in the same room and not have them close together?
Well, I've never been there, so I don't know. The only thing I can think of would be out in the yard.
Oh yeah, well no, I was gonna say like if you decide you want to put it like in the cell block area, yeah, it is huge. I mean, you're gonna have a lot of room.
So different cells in the cell block and just like
Yeah,
space them out. That way the whole area has EM pump, basically one big
Yeah,
EM.
I mean, you're gonna be because you guys haven't been at Mansfield right now. I'm gonna tell you guys this right now because this was my reaction the first time that I was there. But 3 years ago when I first went there with my friend Tom McNicholas, you know, we're driving. I'm constantly looking for it, and Tom like points to, oh, you're looking for it? Here it is. I turn over to my left, and there it is. And it is just like you almost get startled by the sight of how big this place is. I mean, so in terms of, you know, putting your EMF pumps, I definitely think you're gonna have quite the amount of room to really scatter them out.
I was talking about putting them all in the same area to generate.
Well, yeah, you could still do it in the same area. Again, I think you'll have plenty of room for it because, like I said, this place it is huge. It's really big.
I think what you said, the cell block would probably be the best area because you put them in like different cells so far apart from each other that
it's different cell blocks. Another spot that I would recommend would be even the shower room. The shower room is pretty big. You also have the chapel. It's another large area. And you might even be able to do it down in the whole area because it is a hallway and they do have cells down in that area. It's not as big, understandably, as like compared to the rest of the prison, but it would still probably be enough room for you to actually, you know, put them in the same room, if you will, but at a quite a distance or the distance you want to have it at. So there's a lot of options.
yes, costs.
Is this the bread I know from Greg Backen in a box and is a box and equipment builder? Yes, it is.
Yep. We finally got him on a show.
Well, you want to see something cool?
Jill's frozen again.
Well, she is moving a little bit, but no, yeah, she's been freezing. I know she's trying.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can see it glowing, but
I saw something glow.
I thought I saw something too, but I didn't see. Oh wait, yeah, there it is. I see it now. Whoa, what is that?
my IR light's dead. Otherwise, it'd glow more. But my REM pod actually glows in the dark.
Well, that's awesome.
Okay.
That's really cool.
Well, what do you have sitting on the shelf there? Because that was what was glowing.
What, over here?
No, the behind you.
Behind you, yeah.
That circular base.
Is that another?
Right
yeah,
there in
right-
front of you.
Yep.
The circular base.
Yeah,
No,
this is this.
Not that. Nope.
No. Oh, the 3D printer.
That's the
Okay.
3D printer.
Yep. Yep, 3D printer.
Yeah, because I can see the blue light. That's what we were seeing. That was glowing.
I really don't want to dig up my other one, but Yeah, here's one of the answer box prototypes, the new ones.
Okay.
Antennas. So hopefully I get those boards in before Mansfield. And with those EM pumps, I'm hoping that you can get something on the 4-in-1 if you bring it.
Oh, did you get my message about what I found out with the 4-in-1 box?
About the red light?
With the flashlight.
That makes no sense though, because it's not a IR sensor.
No, it's just a regular flashlight.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense because the sensor's in the box and it's not an IR detector; it's a magnetic field detector.
Yeah, it was when the beam hit the detachable antenna.
Did you try it again when you got home?
Not since I've been home. I haven't unpacked anything since I've been home. That's how busy I've been.
That just makes no sense though, because
I know.
And that's what the 4-in-1, Jeremy, you said?
yeah,
Because I thought I got a hit up in Juvenile. Because we were getting ready to leave, and I was walking to the box, and then all of a sudden the no lit up.
But at what was the one in New York? You had the lights on at New York, and it didn't do anything.
Yeah, Wildwood Sanitarium.
Yeah,
No, I don't think I
you showed him.
Well,
flashlight.
no. I was just
did
confirming,
shine a
what,
flashlight on there. I don't think.
no, I wasn't saying about the light.
Sure.
I'm just saying, where we did it at Wildwood Sanitarium.
I didn't get any hits off of it at Wildwood.
Yeah, and you had the flashlight on it before there too, especially when you were setting it up.
Didn't go off. And then when we put the 4-in-1 in the middle of the tunnel in Crown Point, I was going up to it and it went off. And then I started flashing my light back and forth. And every time that flashlight hit the no antenna, the no lit up.
That's weird
I know.
because it's not a IR receiver, or a light receiver, a photo sensor.
I didn't think it would have been either. But it was really, really weird. And I had other people there to see it.
Unless it was something messing with it while you were using your flashlight. I mean,
I have no idea.
we'll see how it works at Mansfield.
It will be really interesting to see how it's going to work at Mansfield because, obviously, because it'll be both of your first time going there, knowing that I've been there myself. This is going to be, I think it's going to be my 4th time being at Mansfield. So, with all this type of equipment, I think we're going to have a really interesting take on the prison itself.
Yeah.
And Jeremy will have me there to look at the 4-in-1 box in case anything goes wrong with it.
Yeah.
And I showed Jeremy this, Nick, but I actually got a non-tech piece of equipment I'm going to be using at Mansfield.
Oh, is that right?
It's a yes and no coin.
Oh, yeah. I think isn't that what you were showing me the other day?
I don't know if I sent that to you or not.
Because you sent me something that looked like a coin or something like that. Or,
That might have been just other coin I printed. But this one has yes and no on front and back.
okay.
You can set it up on its side. I want to see if I can get a spirit to knock it over to a yes or a no to answer a question.
That's a good idea. I never even thought of that. Because I actually do have because I'm going to be doing this. I'm probably going to do the same thing too. I mean, not with the coin, but I got some non-tech stuff too. Because obviously, I got some of the older piece of tech, paranormal equipment. I got the dowsing rods, the crystal, the pendulum.
Bye, Joe.
I actually started feeling really bad for Jill. So I just sent her a message saying, if you're trying to get a better connection, just take your time. We're not in a terrible rush. So, I just wanted to let her know that. So, but no, like I said, I got some, and of course, obviously, in addition to the older types of tool equipment, of course, I'm going to have the dog whistle with me.
I'm going to print up a death whistle.
Oh, the death was. Hey, we got to go. I just realized we got to go back and recount and see how many other people wanted a death whistle. I think, what was it, like 984? I think that we left off on.
I even showed it to Jeremy. I could print off dog whistles too.
Oh, I'm definitely going to use a dog whistle there. That's for sure.
I do want to try the death. Do you think we should try the death whistle there? I don't know how I feel about that.
Well, while you're debating on this, I will tell you this, because I'll be using my tape recorder again. I actually already have the next cassette ready to use for Mansfield.
Just make sure you have the volume down first.
The thing with the tape recorder, though, you got to remember the thing with the tape recorder is you should only use one side of the tape because you can get bleed from the other side.
Yes, I do remember you mentioned that the other day, and I'm thinking about doing it this time. Yeah, just with one side. I mean, the only thing I could probably do, because I know you can go back and re-record. I'm not fully sure if I'll have enough time to obviously listen to the full tape, because understandably it does record. These record about it records about an hour and a half. So I may not have time obviously to listen to the full recordings. Unless I do, I could probably just go back and re-record if I didn't capture anything extraordinary. But for the most part though, yeah, I'm probably just gonna have to record just one side. But like I said, I already do have the next tape ready. So this one I'll be using for Mansfield.
Well, they even say with those old recorders too, even recording over the old stuff, you can still get bleed from the old stuff.
Yeah. I actually still haven't even heard. I actually still haven't even had the chance of really going back and reviewing the audio. So hopefully this weekend, if I do have some time, I'm going to try to listen to it. So of course I'll keep you guys informed if I did capture anything. But again, it's only 90 minutes of audio I got to listen to, so it shouldn't take too terribly long. So
It'll take you 90 minutes.
it'll take me 90 minutes, but the only problem I have with the tape recorder is that it's too bad that it doesn't have like a clock on it, so it can actually tell you when, exact like what length of time, did this actually take place. So what I'm going to have to do is wait.
That would be the hard part, yes.
Well, what I'm going to do is to kind of keep up with it is like wait for a specific hour to begin. So like wait till like, let's say, so like it's almost 9 o'clock right now, so I would have to start at 9 o'clock sharp and keep it going. If I hear something, just write it down and come back to it when you get to 26 minutes. Like maybe it was.
Is there a port on there to where you can digitize it?
I actually have the recorder right here.
What phone do you have, Nick? Do you have Android or iPhone?
iPhone.
Well, on Android, I don't know how it is on iPhone, but in your alarm clock, you actually have a timer, so you can actually hit it to see how long you're recording for, pause it. And every time you record, you can always restart it. That's
right. Yeah, I never even thought. Jeremy, I don't know if you know this feature, because there is another plug here that says REM, R-E-M. You know what that is?
Oh, yeah.
It says REM on this. I never actually got the full description of what the REM is.
Tape recorder?
Yeah, on the tape recorder on the side. You got this for the mic. This one is for the headphones. And then this one right here, it says REM on it.
Remote.
What is it?
Like a foot. It's like for a remote, like a foot switch.
Oh, okay.
For like dictation.
I don't know. And Facebook user, the spirit box, it's not something to trap a spirit in it. It is actually a thing that sweeps through radio waves, radio frequencies, in order to give a spirit the opportunity to use the channels to try to communicate with us. It's not something to trap somebody in.
Yeah. Well, anyways, Jeremy, yeah, to answer your question, yeah, I don't think this recorder itself can digitalize the audio, but I have heard I have heard that there are ways that you can get the audio off a cassette tape digitalized in
Yeah,
some way.
yeah.
I mean, that may have to be. That's probably just gonna have to be a separate process.
That's my ear.
Oh, you got one of the
Ooh,
birds.
Molly, want a cracker?
Huh?
No, I'm actually gonna look that up right now to see if I
Do,
can
do,
find
you, do, you
this.
find, do you find this conversation stimulating to you?
Susie.
Come on, talk to me. How do you like the paranormal? Can you see ghosts?
That's my ear.
Okay, so here's something I just
Oh,
found.
Carl.
Oh, Carl's on. Hey, what's
Yeah,
going on?
Paranormal Nation Radio. Yep, that's
Yep.
Carl.
Hi.
There is something here on Amazon actually, Jeremy. It's called the Digit Now. Well, it says Digit Now cassette tape, but it's actually called the Super USB cassette capture. It's a portable USB cassette tape player that does capture MP3 audio, compatible with laptop and personal computers, and can convert Walkman tape cassettes to MP3 format. Okay, so that might be something I may actually be able to. If I'm able to get that, that would probably work perfectly.
Probably, yeah.
It's not even
Definitely,
that expensive.
definitely at least something to look into.
Mama.
I'm looking at the reviews right now just to be sure on things. It's not even that expensive. I mean, literally, it's only like about $25. So it's not even
bad at all.
absolutely not. Okay, so how you do this is, as it says here, rediscover your cassette tapes on the go, convert your mixtapes and cassettes to MP3 to playback on MP3 player or to burn to CD. Portable
You do
design.
VHS tapes too.
Yeah. Portable design fits in virtually any bag and enables you to play and transfer any. Okay, so you know what? That may actually be something I might want to get then before Mansfield, because if I'm going to record off the tape recorder, I should probably even bring my laptop with. I can get that transferred, and we could actually listen to some of the audio that was captured. And it's really simple. All you got to do, from what I'm seeing from the diagram, is you put the cassette tape into the USB cassette capture, and then there actually is a cord that you connect it with. The tape, it says the tape is kept because, now we can shift it into MP3 to store in USB flash disk, an FPS player, loudspeaker box, other digital devices, and computer. So it's really, it's something you just got to, there is a software to it too. So you also have to download the software. So fortunately, I think it comes with the cassette capture. So you download the program and then you put the tape in, then you connect it, and then eventually, I guess there's probably a conversion then that you can get the audio to come up, not actually come off the tape, but transfer it to the laptop.
It'd be a real-time conversion.
I just wonder how long it would take though.
Yeah, that's the real question. It doesn't say how long it would take.
You would think being a tape, it would probably take the whole 90 minutes. Hi, Jill.
Jill's back.
Jill's back.
Hi.
Well, if you think about it too, even if it does take 90 minutes,
And looks like she's in the kitchen.
yeah, it looks like it this time. No, I was gonna say, even if it took 90 minutes to get all the audio, it wouldn't really have too much of an effect on us, because by then that's when we're probably going to be investigating. So might as well investigate while we're waiting for the conversion.
Yeah.
You guys bringing your music boxes?
Oh, I am. I always keep everything in my toolbox. So it's in the toolbox.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's definitely going.
This is one of the new ones I found. You can get it for $20 on Amazon. Same as pretty much what I gave you guys.
Right.
You can even
Yeah,
turn
it
it
really
down.
much is the same.
And it's actually small. It's
I play that for everybody when I'm showing them the 4-in-1 box, and they're like, "Oh man, that is so creepy."
Well, when the first we're at Raw's Opera House in Kentucky. They're like, "Is there a little girl laughing?" I'm like, listening. I'm like, "Oh no, that's just a music box." Because as you listen to it, as she's singing, you can also hear her laughing.
Let's see. I'm just reading more reviews. Someone's asking, does this device serve as a normal cassette player? It uses third-party software that you must run on your computer to do the digitizing. The only thing that's not included is the AC adapter, but it does have a headphone jack and the USB Mini B output jack, and uses only 2 AA batteries.
Send me a link to it, Nick.
Yeah, I'm going to send it to you right now. You know, I'll send it to you too, Jeremy.
Okay.
There are other ones out there, but this was the first one that got my attention.
Joe, you doing okay over there?
You're all right?
She hasn't blinked.
She's trying.
She's trying. There's, like I said, there's really been quite the issue tonight with the internet.
I feel bad for her. We've gone
that's
2
why
hours and she's barely been able to speak 2 sentences because of her connection.
I know. That's why I directly messaged her. I felt really bad that she hasn't really been able to say too much. So
yeah,
that's why I messaged her directly. All right, so I'm about to send it to you, to both of you guys. And
okay.
Facebook is doing that annoying. Facebook is doing that annoying thing again. Like I'm trying to get to the messenger. It's not okay. Now it's showing up.
And like I told Jeremy, Nick, I'm going to print you guys each a yes and no coin too.
Yeah. Okay, I just sent it to both of you.
Let's see.
Okay.
Oh, Carl's asking, you want to see my new Inkbox X from Katie Stafford?
Sure.
Yeah, definitely, Carl. I'm assuming
I've seen something like this before.
Yeah. I assume the AC the AC cord is that. Carl's asking to send a link.
Yeah, I'm doing that right now.
Okay.
You know what I want to find, Nick?
What's that?
The recorder from Home Alone.
Oh yeah.
Into an EVP recorder.
Well, did you know that I actually live? It's funny you mentioned that. Did you know I live not too far from that house?
Really?
It's in the town of Winnetka, Illinois. That was where they shot it at. Winnetka is literally just like.
And there goes Jill.
I'll be right back. Yeah, it's Winnetka. Literally is like only about half hour, maybe 45 minutes away from me, if even that. It's close. Oh, we got Carl on. So Brad, I know this is your first time meeting him. Hey, Carl, how you doing?
Hey, great. How are you guys doing?
Doing great. It's been a while since the last time.
Yeah, it's been quite a while. Changed my studio up because it's getting ready for deer season in Missouri.
Ah, okay.
Another month, we start archery season.
Nice.
That time already?
Oh, yeah. We start September the 15th and run all the way to January the 15th.
Interesting. It's a good timing, though. I have to admit, it's a good timing because that way you guys are pretty much avoiding a lot. By then the weather's going to cool down. It won't be so hot for you guys. And, of course, you'll be able to avoid the mosquitoes especially.
Exactly. Anyway, this here is the new Inkbox.
Oh, wow.
Okay. And, of course, it scans FM, AM, but it also scans shortwave.
Okay.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Up here there's a USB port. You can have, okay, say you go to a Civil War area.
Yeah.
Download music that they would play in that Civil War area, and you can play it out through this. It also has an SD card
Oh,
slot
that's
too.
nice.
Yeah. And it has a flashlight. It's all built
Wow.
into one. This is what we used that night on the Paranormal Giving Tree down by the portal.
Wow.
So, yeah, a lot of KD makes a lot of good stuff. This one here, actually, I can tell you, Ozzy's son, what's his name? Jack?
Oh, Jack Osborne. Yeah.
He had a special, KD made him a special one. It was on their show.
Oh, that's awesome.
Right? He's also going to have this. It'll be premiering August 21st on Travel Channel on the Ghost of Devil's Perk. The
I'm gonna have
KD
to
is
write
going to
that
be
down
in.
to check that out.
This is it, Jeremy.
Yeah, you got to see this.
It has a USB port right here
Okay.
and an SD card slot right here.
Nice.
So instead of carrying 4 or 5 different pieces of equipment and you go to a site that's got Indians or cavalry, record you some music that they would play back in that time frame, put it on the USB or whatever down here on the control, and it'll play out this speaker. Then you can scan your FM, your AM, and shortwave.
Beats carrying a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It really does.
And it has a rechargeable battery in it. You don't have, and the battery in this thing, I've tested it and left it on. 16 hours later, it still had charge in it.
Wow, that's
That's good.
that is
Yeah.
impressive.
You can
that
get
really
these.
is.
You can get these from Supernatural Inc. on their Facebook page, right? And everything for $125.
Oh, that's not bad at all.
Oh, that's really cheap.
And KD will sign it on the inside.
Oh, no, that's awesome. That's really
Yeah.
That
But
is
we-
definitely not a bad price for what it could do.
No,
I'd be
it.
willing to pay
How
for
many
that, yeah.
others? You know, okay, we're all used to PSB 7s and 11s and all that go like that,
Yep.
right?
Yeah, I hate that.
This don't. Let me turn it on and show you. Are there spirits in here? That's just I can make it louder, but that's the noise it makes.
That's not
Yeah.
That's literally the sound I like. I like how it sounds. It definitely sounds
Yeah.
better than the previous spirit boxes.
Do you want to talk to him on the show?
But this
out of
But that's not loud. That doesn't drive you up a wall like those others do.
Yeah, that I like how relatively smooth it sounds. Like, yeah, it doesn't have like those cut in parts of the radio channels. So that's like
Right.
a really smooth sound.
And it's got a
Hidden flashlight.
yeah. How many of you forget a flashlight when you're walking down a hall real quick?
Yeah.
You got your spirit box with you. Now you got a flashlight.
no something like that. Other places you're going to see them selling them for like, oh, it's only going to be 300, 125 ain't bad.
No.
No, not at all. I'd be willing to pay $125.
And you check out his. You guys need to contact KD probably the end of the month and get him on your 13th dimension. We've had him on our paranormal show several times. He lives here in Kansas City. And
yeah, I know he's. I'm friends with him on Facebook. So
everybody knows him from the Ghosts of Morgan City
yeah.
because he was on that show. He's the one that developed the ghost helmet.
Oh, yes. Okay. I didn't
I'll
know
go
that.
back and rewatch that show.
Okay.
Right. you put it on.
So Nick,
And-
we'll have to think about getting him on Supernatural Talk because we're pretty booked on this show until
Yeah,
until
we'll have
it's
to put it
out.
on the Thursday night show then.
Right. Because he's going to be
Yeah.
bringing a show over to my network and everything. And what he's going to be doing, he's a big gamer, right?
Uh-huh.
But he's got a new twist on it. He's going to be playing the game up on the screen, but he's going to have the helmet on that he uses in the game, right? Like the character does in the game. And he's going to talk politics to the young people because young people watch gaming.
Yeah.
So it's a new twist. And then Katie, his wife, is going to be bringing a show on the Bible and the paranormal.
What night is she planning on doing that and at what time?
I don't know yet. They were setting up time slots. I've got several different shows coming on the network. We're trying to find slots that they can fit into.
I would love to have a show like that on this network.
Yeah.
Hey, I'll tell you what. I was so happy when Denise brought her show, The Paranormal Pride, over to our network. She has got guests like crazy.
I know, and
Somewhere.
I love how she's also made the transition to, now using StreamYard because I've only ever been a guest once on her show.
Right.
Yeah,
But
that
you
was-
always had to call in.
Exactly. Yes, that was 4 years ago now. Yeah, it was at that time it was still a radio show.
Yeah, you was back on Paranormal King.
Yep.
Yep. See, that's where I met her on her third show, is how I met her. And then a couple months later, I was on her show.
Right.
But me and Denise and Ron had become real close friends and family and all that. But after the last place she was at, and she's on our Paranormal Nation radio show, but then she brought her Paranormal Pride over to the network. And like I told her, this setup with StreamYard is so much better than podcasting on Speaker or Mixler.
Yeah.
Because your viewers want to see the person behind that microphone.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I like about these shows.
Well,
And
that's
you
why I
can
like
see the reaction,
about
too.
Denise and our show there. We get a lot of paranormal people on there that we may never meet face to face. But yet we meet them face to face here.
Mhm.
And the
Well,
nice
most
thing about it,
importantly, go ahead,
nice thing
Carl.
about it is after the show's over, you can, you shut the show off, you can still talk to them. That's
Absolutely.
the best part right there.
Absolutely. And when you think about it too, I mean, understandably, yes, years ago, we used to, and even long before that, I mean, understandably, for the longest time, for decades, radio shows were the way to go. But now that, in the last couple of years, now that we have access to the technology now, like StreamYard, so we can do these shows much more logistically and much more easier than what we did, years ago, or, what people did at the time. But whenever you do a show like this, it sort of is important. It's important for what it is. And
It is.
especially for meeting them face to face.
It puts the people out there because you can get some what we would call big name people in the paranormal, right? That your normal small paranormal team that don't go very many places, they would never ever get to meet that person.
Right.
Now they'd either watch them on TV where they couldn't ask them a question, right? What I like about it, and I've always said it on our radio show, you always pay attention to the comments. Without them, the people over there, you don't have a show, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
I've had people make very important questions. I've sent them a link and invited them on the show to ask that person in person.
Right.
It makes a lifelong person following your shows.
I can, and I have to speak for that too, Carl, because if you remember when we had Dave Wismer on our show last week, when I showed those pictures of us from a couple years ago, that literally was, as you saw, the studio of a radio show. Like, we could talk to people, we could have every once in a while an actual guest, but even when and as I look back now, I realize I'm thinking to myself, I wonder how many people could be asking questions right now because we don't have anything. There's nothing that can be shown.
Exactly.
Because and then of course, literally within a couple of years, it transitioned to phone calls later, and then eventually, then you have these chat rooms now.
Right. And see
Jill,
that-
are you outside?
I think she's frozen.
she's
again.
froze again.
Well,
Yeah,
look at
she's
when you
really
guys
having a lot of connection issues.
Yeah.
Well, look
Well,
at when
it's
you guys
like-
had Greg on.
Like
After
the other
6
night
hours.
on your guys' show, the Supernatural show.
Yeah.
Right. That was so coincidental when we started talking about the paranormal giving tree and you lost everything. Remember?
Yeah.
Oh, last night.
Yeah, last night.
Oh,
And that wasn't StreamYard's problem. That was your Facebook problem.
yeah. My
it was
account-
Facebook.
My account got locked out, and as soon as it got locked out, that's where we lost all of our Facebook pages.
Right. You know how to do that and never let it happen again?
How?
Okay. Now you're on your StreamYard, right?
Yes.
Anybody else on it?
Nick is.
I am. That's how I do my
Okay.
show on Wednesday, and also my friend Don Elmy is too.
Okay. Well, then you shouldn't have lost signal the other night because Nick would have still been live, but he wasn't. So you got to check all your Facebook pages, but always make sure there's some, like all my hosts have access to my StreamYard. So when we do a show, if one of us get kicked off, the show continues on. That was just weird that you guys, it shut everything down on both of you.
Yeah, I know. I was trying to figure out because you saw my reaction. I was starting to get. I mean, I was, getting kind of nervous over what was happening because I was actually the first one to notice before Jeremy even did. That's when he
Well,
started to me ask. I was like,
what
"Jeremy, you seeing this
happened?
happening?"
I was watching you over there on Things Universe, right?
Yeah.
That's what popped up on my Facebook. And I went, okay, I'll watch the guys while I'm doing the other show and stuff. And as soon as we started talking about the paranormal giving tree and everything, it went blank and this thing popped up on my screen that this post has been completely removed. That's what it said when you lost everything on StreamYard.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
That
That
makes
would-
a lot of sense though, because and that would explain why we didn't see comments for a long period of time.
Yeah,
Right.
because what happened is I was going through and I was sharing the show out everywhere. And then all of a sudden, I got this notification saying that my account was locked out. And that was when Nick noticed everything on the screen.
Yeah. That's whenever I was like, oh crap, they lost everything.
Yeah,
So
and I
I
was
went-
like, and again, I was
I
like,
went
wait,
to
like,
Things Network. You weren't live over there.
Right.
And I was
Yeah.
like, oh crap.
I was just literally like, yeah, and I was like, wait,
Yeah.
I was like, in my head, I'm like, whoa, like, whoa, wait a second, like, what's going on here? This is definitely not normal.
Yeah. So we had lost the feed. And there goes Jill again.
Yeah,
Jill,
she
So
lost it.
bad for her. We had
Jeremy,
lost the feed on all 4 of the Facebook pages we were streaming on, but we were still live on the 2 YouTube channels, the Twitch and Twitter.
Right.
Really quickly, Jeremy, Jill just messaged me. She went upstairs too and can't seem to stay connected. She's having bad luck joining. So sadly, she said she's probably just gonna leave the room. She does apologize though. So what? We'll have her back on at some point.
She tried so hard tonight.
She really, I actually might after the show. I might even call her because I just feel really bad.
But what I was going to tell you about the investigation at the cemetery the other night on the paranormal giving tree, the last 2 hours, you really watched that because I'm over on the east side of the cemetery and Nick, Denise, She gets
Yep.
messages, right?
Hmm.
She was even confused. She was getting a message about a portal there.
I
So
remember that.
her and 3 other people in the comments that can transport themselves and see were all leading me down the trail to where the portal was at. And stuff. And then it came out that it was an Indian portal. So it really in it. We set a trail cam up a little ways from it. And we're going to leave it down there. We've been down every other day checking, getting the card out and checking. Nothing on it yet, but we're going to leave it down there for about a month and see what we get.
That's
What
going to be
network did you
interesting.
broadcast that on?
Here on the Things Network and over at my network, the Bill of Rights Network. Look up the Cox Cemetery.
Yeah, he
I
had
was
it on.
watching a little bit. I
Saturday
was
night.
watching a little bit.
Yeah, I
of
was
that.
live for 4.5 hours.
Yeah, I was watching. I wasn't able to watch for too long. I think I was actually really tired
Actually,
that
we
night.
did it. The investigation was done a little different than what you would normally see an investigation. I had my phone on StreamYard, right? I had Denise and Ron on there because they couldn't make it up there because they had to go to Oklahoma City the next day. So they were at home in Kansas. They actually did the investigation because I turned the camera around where I had on my pot where you wouldn't see me, but you seen out in front.
Mhm.
Mhm.
So we did what you would call an actual virtual investigation. And we had pretty good views and a lot of people, these ones that say they can transport their body from one location to another.
Astral projection.
Astral
Yes.
projection.
And we ran into Anthony Lewis when we was up at Ashmore going live. He astral projected himself up there
Yeah. Okay.
because me and Dara
Interesting.
was in there filming when he started talking, and he said the spirits want candy. I said, okay. Dara goes, I got candy in my purse. She goes and gets it, grabs a handful, comes back and sets it on a table about 9 feet away from me. All I see is a pile of candy, right? Where we're
Mhm.
live. He comes back on there and says, the spirits say thank you for the 4 pieces of candy. I looked there and I said, how many pieces of candy you put over there? And she goes, I don't know. It was a handful. She went over there. There were 4 butterscotch candies on that table. And when she laid them down, they were on top of each other. When she got over there, they were all flat.
Oh wow.
And he said he was there. He had never been to Ashmore. So that was quite interesting that night. And we had 2 other people from his group that astro project. And they were telling us a lot of stuff at the cemetery.
Right. Okay.
Like, oh, I mean, between Denise and the others, they saw about 75 Indians watching us through the timber.
Wow.
And you can hear it on the video when they say, I read all the comments as they were coming in that they see Indians and who they see and different things like that.
Wow.
So, oh yeah,
That's-
this cemetery is something else.
Yeah, I
How
remember
many,
you talked
how
about
many
it a couple
people did
times
you end
ago.
up having over there?
Huh?
How many people did you end up having over there?
The group that was supposed to come with me chickened out because it was going to rain. And I went, are you kidding me? So we had our regular group and my wife down there. So Pastor Gary and my wife and me were down there and stuff. I had 2 veterans signed up to come down, and they contacted me before because it was getting all cloudy. It rained on us, drizzled a couple of times, but nothing major.
Yeah, I mean, if it's nothing major, that shouldn't be a major concern
Right.
at all.
But our cemetery down
But
there is
the
getting
information they were
popular.
probably getting before probably made it sound worse.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
And then, of course, understandably, like you said, Denise and Ron can go because they had to go to Oklahoma City the next day.
yeah, they were supposed to be up there with us, but they had to go down to Oklahoma City and meet up with their daughter. and everything. And I mean, and Ron was really upset after they found that portal that he wasn't up there. Because
Guys, I'll be back in just a second.
stayed glued to the camera.
So with that, Indians in Indian portal, I just wonder what the death whistle would have done.
I don't know. That's what I say. Out there, we have Indians, we have Confederate soldiers, and I'd say we have some ghosts of the Mormons because we're right in the middle of the Mormon War area. You know, you go 3 miles east as the crow flies, and you're at the Hans Mill Massacre.
Do you live close to Ashmore?
Do what?
Do you live close to Ashmore?
No,
No.
we're 6.5 hours away.
Whew.
I live, you know where Kansas City's at?
Yeah.
I live 50 miles north of it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Definitely gonna have to get some of those death whistles made up, though, Jeremy. Especially for places like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, when Nick and I went to Salina, we weren't too far from Carl when we drove by.
Right. You was on I-70.
Yeah,
Yeah, he was 50 miles away. But we didn't know each other at that time.
yeah, we didn't.
Yeah.
Uh,
Or you guys could have came up there. Because
Mhm.
what's cool, see, our cemetery, my great-great-great-grandfather started this cemetery and everything. It sits on top of a hill, and the nearest house is 2 miles away. There's no sounds around us other than this time of year you get a few bugs. You know, you might have a deer run through. You know, we're lucky we haven't had a skunk come through. But a lot of different things up there. That's why over there, I've caught some good evidence, but the biggest evidence that we didn't catch was me and my co-founder, Pastor Gary. My co-founder is a pastor of our church. And we heard the horses walking on the gravel road.
Ooh.
You could hear the clip-clop of the hooves. Then another person on our paranormal team, we was down there. We were packing up, and me and him turned around to smoke a cigarette, and we heard horses went in. I spent the next day driving every gravel road around there, and there's no horse within 4 miles of it. But the cool thing about our cemetery is you go down to the sheriff's department, they won't drive out to that cemetery at nighttime
Really?
because they have all seen the soldiers on horseback, each and every one of them.
Huh.
So it's a little joke down there. If you commit a murder down there in the cemetery, they're not going to show up until it's daylight.
Huh.
Yeah, and we do a camp out there once a year at the cemetery.
Do you have his contact information, Jeremy?
Uh,
Like his address?
Yeah, I can give you all that. That don't matter.
If you give it to Jeremy, once I get the death whistles made, I'll have him send you one.
Okay, that'd be cool because I love using different equipment. Like that night out there, we started with the Echo Box 3, which we use all the time, and Necrophonics. We
Love.
were getting same messages through both of them. Then I hooked this up, and we got 75% of the same messages coming through this because I'd ask the same type of questions. That way, what I call that is validation. If you can use one device and get an answer, wait a little while, come in with another device, ask the same question, and see if you get that same answer.
Yeah, if you get the same answer on multiple devices, then you know you're getting validation.
You're getting something
mhm.
because the odds go down. And I like the Echo Box 3 because Denise she works for a big telephone company. She's a data person. She tore Echo Box completely apart and there are no words in it. It cannot make a word. The way Danny Roberts built it. Necrophonics, there's no words built in it either. So those two apps, when it says, and we don't only get words, we get full sentences.
We've gotten full sentences on Necrophonics too.
Yep. And that's what I like about both those deals.
That's what I was telling Jeremy earlier was when we went to Waverly, I got foot, see foot, and break. And I didn't tell anybody beforehand about my broken foot.
Uh-huh. Now, another neat thing about this radio, it has an input and an output jack, right? Those two right there.
Yep.
The output, I can hook a digital recorder up to it and set it down and turn it on and walk away from it. It records everything that comes through there.
Too bad that device there doesn't record itself.
Yeah, that's what he's KD's working on. Put the SD card slot in here.
Mm-hmm.
He's trying to build a deal in there that when you got it on, it'll record to that SD card.
Okay.
That would be awesome.
Yeah. You know, I'm really curious as to how a death whistle would be using it outside, because we all know what happens when you use a dog outside.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of curious as to what would happen if you use a death whistle outside.
It's a good question.
Yeah.
You're probably allergic
Now,
to
what
coyotes.
exactly is the death whistle you guys are talking about?
Yeah, I see. I still don't even really know. So you, Jeremy,
All right,
Brad,
so-
you guys explain it. You guys can explain it better than I. better than I.
So a death whistle was actually used way back in ancient times. And what they did was that they would have like 100 of these things. And if you blew all of them at the same time, it would sound like you got a stampede coming.
Oh, okay.
So it was a battle scare tactic. Let me go get mine and I'll show you what it looks like.
Okay. Because I've never heard of that before.
Like I said, I've heard of the death whistle myself, but I didn't really know too much about it. So the death whistle is still relatively new to me.
But I always I've got my favorite pieces of equipment that I rely on, but I always like using new equipment to try it and see what will come out of it. That's why when we bought this, I had KD show me exactly what it sounded like.
Oh, that's not bad.
Because I said, if it sounds like a PSB7, I don't want it.
Right.
That thing will give me a headache.
I'll be honest with you. I mean, it's kind of the same thing too. Like when I was talking earlier about even using an old tape recorder, I decided to give it a shot. And even though it's more old fashioned, of course, after I had the jump scare, if you will, this definitely shows that it works great. But even still, even though it's been almost 2 months, it's been over about a month since we were at Wildwood. I still haven't heard it yet, so I'm going to try to fit it in sometime this weekend to listen to it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yours looks really different.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah.
Well, so you blow into it here,
Uh-huh.
and you use your hand to help dictate the tone.
Right.
Give it a shot.
It is a very annoying sound that comes out of just one. Like that.
Yeah.
So imagine 100 of those at different tones. Yeah, it sounds like you got a stampede coming your way.
Right.
I was able to find a demonstration on YouTube where they had a whole bunch of it. It sure sounds like you got 1,000 Indians coming your way.
I sent Nick a link. Actually has a video of the one I'm printing off of what it sounds
Yeah,
like.
I just got. I'm looking at it right now.
The ones I'm printing off sounds like women screaming.
Oh, really?
Let's see.
Oh wow. Yeah. I like how you make it like this. Again, I like how you make it relatively simple. You know, it's not. It's just kind of a small whistle. So.
Wow.
That's the noise they make.
Yeah.
Wow,
That sounds like a woman screaming.
it really does. That's pretty impressive.
Right.
It only takes 30 minutes to print one.
Yeah, I was gonna say again, seeing how small it is, it looks like something that could be really simple to print out of.
Yeah. I got it queued up next after this one's done.
But
I like
yeah.
it.
But yeah, everybody, I like the way everybody thinks out of the box to build newer equipment, because we never know what we're going to stumble on
Right.
to communicate with.
Or even just
Absolutely.
changing one thing about a piece of equipment. You don't know what's going to work, what's not going to work.
It may work here, but it won't work there.
Yeah.
I've had that happen.
Or you
And
could be
honestly, I mean, as crazy as it sounds, that even goes for like what we were talking about earlier, Brad. Like, when it comes to some of the very few, legitimate phone apps like the Necrophonics. Again, normally I'm not hugely a big fan of the apps, but like I said, with the only ones that I do manage to have, they're the only ones that I think work. And yeah, there are those, even with those, as long as they're showing their legitimacy, that it could be the same thing. It may not work in one location, but it may work in another. And Dave actually mentioned one of the other apps that I have is the Echo Box. The Echo Box is another good one.
Yeah.
What's that one? Is it like a
EchoVox 3.
Echo Box, it's basically another type of spirit app.
It
spirit
has 6
box app.
bands in it, and it makes phonetic sounds.
So, Brian, in case you wonder what the ones I got, the ones that I have that to me work. Again, Jeremy, I know you're not big into the apps, but the ones that I got the EchoVox, the Spiritus, the Necrophonic, the Sono X10, and the EVP shifter. And I also have the iObulus. It's not a spirit ghost box app, but I have the iObulus.
Yeah. But now on your regular Obulus box, it has a built-in microphone in it.
Yep.
Yes.
So it stores what you ask, and it throws out the word according to what you ask.
There is one final app that I do have here. I'm still testing it out just to make sure if this is worth keeping or not. There was another app that was called the Ghost Radio. And again, this is literally the last one that I'm going to actually have my focus on. But I see, honestly, even though I've been on a few investigations, I really haven't been on a lot of them. So as soon as I get on, you know what? May as well try it at Mansfield,
Right.
give it a shot at Mansfield and see if it actually works. And
What I like about apps is if you got an app and it doesn't have to use the internet and it doesn't have to use your microphone.
Yes.
And both EchoBox and Necrophonics fit in that category.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
you can turn your phone on airplane mode once you load up Necrophonics and make sure it cuts everything off.
Exactly. That's what you do on all of them.
Not to mention too, like, because I've also heard if you turn your phone to airplane mode, like if you need to charge it up, it boosts the battery power up. So like if your phone's dying, but you want to still try to, and if you have one of those portable batteries and you still want to do an investigation with one of those apps, EchoBox and Necrophonic, you could still do that and still charge your phone up.
Well, see, and that's another thing I do, like those power banks. I've got several of them. You know how you went to locations and you put new batteries in something and you walk 10 feet and they're dead?
Yep.
Mhm.
Right? Bring you a bag, throw all your old batteries into a bag, put them in the freezer, get them cold. When you go on your next investigation, take them. The coldness revamps them a little bit. They got electricity and juice in them. Set them out in different places and let the spirits draw the juice off them.
Well, I never knew that. I didn't know you can put the batteries.
I had a guy in the chat room, this Anthony Lewis, tell me that.
Interesting.
And Denise, she carries little power banks with her all the time to set out. I
Right.
wondered why. And then she finally told me. The spirits will draw the juice out of there before they draw it out of your equipment.
So that leads me to a question. Does that work for any batteries or for only certain types of batteries?
Any battery. Your regular AA and AAA,
Yeah.
do it that way.
I didn't think it'd be safe to put a battery in the freezer.
Yeah,
I
it don't hurt
thought
him.
the same thing too.
You'd be surprised how many people put brand new batteries in freezers to keep them longer.
I'm gonna have to keep that in mind because I do keep a bag of batteries for all of my equipment in my toolbox. So
Right.
Well, our cameras, we just walk around with power banks attached to them instead of batteries.
Exactly.
It
That's
lasts
what I
long.
did when I went live down there 4.5 hours. You know, a phone don't do that for 4.5
yeah,
hours,
it doesn't.
right? On my
Especially for,
tripod, I had 2 power banks hooked up, one for my light and one for the telephone. And
right.
it stayed 90 some percent the entire night
Yep.
that I went live out there.
It's ironic because when we were at Wildwood, you know, and like you, I was kind of in that same position you were in, Carl. Like I was going live, and you know, anytime you go live, obviously that's going to drain your power, like your battery
Mhm.
power. Like literally, with at least for my phone, it literally will do that in an hour. I
Yeah.
need to get a new phone.
Well,
but
I had a brand new phone I got with AT&T, and luckily my old phone I couldn't get signal out there
right,
through Cricket. But we switched plans, got a new phone, one of the newer Galaxy phones, and everything. I went out there the day before to test it, and I had 2 bars. That night, I had 3, almost 4 bars all night, even walking in the timber.
okay. Yeah, with my issue, I mean, we did have one of those that I connected it with, but for some reason whatsoever, I think it was because again mine is an older phone. I was
Yeah.
still able to go live, but I only had like 9-10% battery, and despite having it charging up, it wouldn't go
Yeah.
any further. So
Yeah. Well, what
it's
I
just
do
that
is
older
when
phone.
it gets down to 95%, I plug it when I'm live. I go ahead and plug it into a power bank. And you got to have actually what I've got is it's a Stanley car starter deal. It's one of the little ones like this that you plug in and put on the battery. It's got a USB port in it.
Okay.
I've got it in a bag attached to the tripod and plugged it in. That thing did not drain at all that night. I came home the next day, got it out, and charged my phone up on it. So it holds a lot of juice.
Now with the power banks, though, when I told you we were at the Ross Opera House in Kentucky, there was one camera we set up out of 3 that actually the power bank was completely drained before the camera was.
Uh-huh.
And these are big power banks too.
Yeah.
And that was by the
Spirits love
stage where we
draining
were
them.
having all the interactions.
The one thing we did do down there at the cemetery when we found the portal, I got the dowsing rods out, which I'd had them out earlier, and you'd see me ask questions and they would go like this, right?
Mm-hmm.
I got down and stood where they told me to stand was the center of this portal, asked a question, and these dowsing rods went just like that until I backed out, and then they would straighten out.
Wow.
So there was a lot of I even I got one of them little ghost meter, deals and took down there. It wasn't showing nothing around that area, but yet the dowsing rods would go like this. And usually when you ask the question, they'll start releasing and you say, okay. I had to tell the rods open up before they'd open up.
Sounds like we need to get out there to the cemetery sometime.
Yeah,
Whenever
been
you're
told-
in the area, plan a
Next time we're in
weekend
the area.
and
Yeah.
bring your tents and stuff. We'll camp out there.
Well, I'm not a camper.
You're not a camper?
I am not a camper.
Hey,
You're not a
Kirby's
country
not
boy?
much of a camper.
I am a hotel city boy.
Oh,
He'll
No.
go out to the
you want
locations, he just
some of the
won't camp
best. You ask Denise. You talk to Denise. You want the best sleep you'll ever get out there at that cemetery, inside a tent on an air mattress, and you sleep. This place is so calming out there. It's ridiculous. You change your whole attitude when you walk out there. You're just relaxed.
Yeah.
Yeah. We camped out first time we camped out there with Denise and Ron in the fall. It was 65 degrees that
that's
day.
perfect temperature.
We got up the next morning, it was 24.
Jeremy's like, nope.
Hey, we have a big pit fire and everything going on out there.
Honestly, I mean, even if I was to camp out there myself, I'd rather deal with the cooler weather than the hot and humid weather.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's why we usually do it in the fall, in about middle October, October. Yeah. I mean, you can investigate all night long, and then we climb in the tents, get up in the morning, we got coffee, we do breakfast on a griddle and all that.
Okay.
But yeah,
and and you said this was the cemeteries in Kansas City, right?
it's north of Kansas City.
Okay.
Okay. If you come straight across 36 highway,
Mm-hmm.
okay.
Actually, I might have, but not towards Kansas City though.
Right. If you come across 36 highway out of Illinois, you come through Hannibal and go on across. When you get to Hamilton, Missouri, that's when you call us. Because when you're at Casey's right there at the corner, Pastor Gary lives right across from it.
Okay.
And I'm like 12 miles away. And then we go south of Hamilton about 7 miles in the country. I mean, we go down there where the hoot owls and the chickens have fun.
Okay.
That kind of tells you the outdoors we're at.
Yeah, it's like close to kind of like the wooded areas, I would assume, right?
Yeah, well, you got on our east and north side, you got a big timber. On the south side, you got a big pasture, which mediums have seen regiments and battalions of soldiers down there. On the east side, you got a little bitty strip of timber that is 30 feet wide. That's where the portal's at, where it was that night. Okay. The gravel road that goes through the cemetery in 1959, it wasn't there. The motor grader guy got tired of making the turns down below. He went right through and graded and made a road. We are finding parts of headstones in piles of dirt. So there are graves underneath that road.
Wow.
Yeah.
Are you looking it up, Jeremy, or? I was just wondering what Jeremy was doing. I thought he was looking up something about that cemetery.
Right. If you look it up,
I am. We came straight through on 70, but I'm trying to find the bypass that we took going south of Kansas City to not take the toll road.
That was going to be my question, Jeremy. Weren't we not too far from that when we were heading to Salina, Kansas? Because we had to go through
we went through Kansas City, but we went through the south part of it.
You went down 430
toll road.
There is no toll road
in Kansas City. There was.
Well, there is. It's what it is. You got a toll road going out I-70 to Topeka.
Yeah.
That's your toll road. And then you went on 70 straight across. You probably went 24 highway to bypass the toll road.
Because where we went took us down south and then eventually took us back up north where we went to the north end, the north side of 70 and stayed on it until we hit, it might have been Topeka.
Yeah.
Well, I know we were in Topeka at one point, so
right.
We were. Yeah. We probably had taken that we probably did take that route then.
Yeah, because I remember that there were some really cool sights that we saw on that little highway. The one that I'll never forget, when you're driving west, this house is on the left-hand side. And it looked like it has a great big clock on the overhang of this house.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
That sounds more like a courthouse than a house.
You would think so.
Yeah.
But it's a house. And then there's another one it used to be a strip club that was called the Tommy Knockers, but it's very clear that it was been closed down for a long time. And then there's another house that looked like that it was built in the mid 1800s and never been renovated.
Oh, my camera won't. There it is. It's some creature that's got one eye.
Let's see, what is that?
Oh, she got it on her phone. It's got one eye, but it looks like it's got a
Looks like a
metal
chameleon.
armor plating.
It looks like a video game character.
Yeah, I was gonna say it looks like
It's on
something
a
out of a
limb.
video game.
Looks like a mutant chameleon.
That's what it
Yeah.
looks like.
Like a Cyclops chameleon.
Yeah.
I don't know what you are, but if you're real, I don't want to see you. Yeah, it popped up on her phone.
Wow.
We can add that to the cryptids list.
I can do like a presentation on that one.
There you go, Nick. Now you have a show to go into the 11th season of the Nick Files.
There you go. I'll have to find the story on that one.
Yeah. I was gonna say, gotta find a story first on that.
Then
And
after
yeah, if you guys come across 70, as you're coming into Kansas City, there at Harrisonville, 13 highway that goes north, you'd bring it and you come right up here.
Yeah, we'll have to see if if we ever happen to go back to Salina, Kansas. We'll have to figure out how far that would be once we get to Kansas City, Jeremy.
Right. Because you got
Well, he
remember-
lives just 50 miles north of Kansas City.
Yeah.
And the cemetery is south of you, right?
Yeah, about 7 miles.
So, depending on the highway, we can be there in 40 minutes.
From Kansas City, yeah.
Yeah.
Because you got a lot of stuff going on in Missouri. Remember, you got the KC Paracon later this year, and then you got David Glidden's Paracon down there in Joplin.
Oh, I didn't know. I knew about the KC one, but I didn't know.
Oh, you
Dave-
need to check out David Glidden on Hunting History, his Paracon. Katie
Okay.
Stafford and all them's going to be down there. Denise and Ron's going to be down there. Josh Hurd's going to be down there. A bunch of them. And they're going to have about 4 bands playing.
Wow.
Okay.
You know what that's supposed to be, or
That is August. Let me go look here real quick. I'm bad on remembering that stuff. Oh, where I need to go is my StreamYard anyway. My StreamYard, because I've got a video of it. Okay, let me go to my StreamYard and look at the video. I'll send Jeremy that link, picture of the video. Let me go to Denise's page. And where you at? Oh, there you are. Okay, how do I do that? It won't let me. It won't let me save that video she put on there. So let me put it up on my screen. It's October 7th and 8th.
October 7th and 8th. Okay.
Well, let me do this and see if I can do this. I've never had. Let's see if I can do this and it'll show up.
if you do a screen share and
That's
play,
what I'm. But it's on my StreamYard, so
you do a screen share of somebody else's StreamYard.
okay. There you got it. Now I'm going to play the video.
October 7th and 8th. Okay, yeah, I just wrote down the date. I mean, no guarantees, but at least I have it written down so I can remind myself.
Right. But that's going to be a good one. And then you get to investigate the Route 66 theater that's haunted down there.
Oh, anything that's on Route 66, I'd like to get my hands on.
Well, besides that, you want to be down in that area because Joplin is only, well, where you want to be in Joplin at nighttime is out on the country roads and find those lights.
We actually have something not too far from where I live. There's a road that supposedly has lights that will come your way. It said that it almost looks like a lantern.
Yeah.
Scott had been there once before, Scott Smith. He was in his car and he would stop, shut the car off. And at one point up in the distance, this ball of light starts showing up, comes up, and then he turns his headlights on and that light disappears. Then all of a sudden it shows up behind him.
Yeah.
And that's here in Indiana?
Just east of me in New Haven. Just outside of New Haven limits.
Yeah, but the spook lights of Joplin is what they're called if you look it up.
Okay.
That's been going on for years. They can't explain it. You never know when it's going to happen. You go out there, you could be sitting out there one night, nothing, go out the next night, and there's these balls of lights.
It sounds very similar to something I saw in Unsolved Mysteries. Where was it at? I want to say it was near a mountainous area.
Yeah, there's even Carl. I just looked it up. There's even a Wikipedia page on it. They say it's also called the Hornet Spook Light, the Hollis Light, and the Joplin Spook Light.
Right.
No, it appears in a small area locally known as.
There's a Wikipedia page.
Yeah, there's a Wikipedia page on it.
Yeah.
And it's also locally known as the Devil's Promenade on the border between southwestern Missouri and northeastern Oklahoma, west of the small town of Hornet, Missouri.
Yeah.
It says, even though it is named after a small unincorporated community in Missouri and is most easily reached from there, the light is most commonly described as being visible from inside the Oklahoma border looking to the west. The spook light is usually described as a single ball of light or a type grouping of lights that is said to appear in the area regularly, usually at night. Although the description of the light is similar to that of other visual phenomena witnessed throughout the world, the term spook light, when standing alone, generally refers to this specific case. Numerous legends exist explain the origin of the spook light, one of which involves the ghosts of two young Native American lovers looking for each other. And there's even an image of supposedly the spook light taken by photographers in the early 1900s. I'm actually I'll zoom in on the screen. I'll share the screen so you guys can see for yourselves. Carl, you probably have seen this photo.
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but
Yeah, I'm looking at this picture now.
oh, you're looking at it now. Okay. Well, I'll still share it. I'll still share it anyway. So,
No, you shared StreamYard.
yeah. Well, I have to. I shared screen.
He has to figure out which of his million
Look,
tabs.
you were doing
Okay.
so well. You had 2 tabs earlier.
Yeah, I was. Yep, I was. You know what? I did that just for you, Jeremy.
Yeah. But if you want to find out more about those lights, look into the documentary movie Into the Light.
Okay.
That's from David Glidden.
All right, let me try to share this one more time.
Oh.
All right, now, Jeremy, hopefully you'll feel better. Now there actually is. There's only 2 links this time. All right, here we go. I couldn't get rid of the bottom of this, but here is the image.
Mm-hmm.
Here
I
it
got-
is. The Martha lights. That's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
I gotta admit, the fact that they were able to take a photo of the spook light, as far back as 120 years ago, that
But you
really,
notice something about that picture. It's in black and white, right? Because it was
Yeah.
early.
yeah,
We have started setting all our cameras to black and white and started taking photos.
oh, that's a good idea.
We're trying that experiment to see.
So it's kind of like recreating this photo, if you will.
It's recreating what they were seeing in the earlier time frames.
Yeah, long before the color camera was available.
Exactly.
This reminds me of a Expedition X episode they did about the lights. I just don't remember. I couldn't find the episode. See if it was the same area.
But you look into David Glidden's made 2 movies, 2 documentary movies, Into the Light and Into the Light 2. Into the Light talks about the Joplin lights. He went down there to film it with some Indian people and everybody down there. Because that's his area.
Okay.
Something that's puzzling me is that we haven't had a single comment in the last hour, but yet we've had either 3 or 4 viewers this whole time and nobody's commenting.
I'm surprised one of them's not Jill.
Well, a lot of that's, you know that as well as I do, that's Facebook and YouTube crap.
Yeah, it is. Oh, wait.
Going
Yep.
on.
Speaking of
Here's
which,
Phil.
here she is.
Because you got to stop and realize something, and I'll tell you something else. When you're live, we used to have several people watching all the time. And then when the pandemic started, they started cutting notifications out and different things like that. But what you don't realize is somebody can be on their Facebook watching you guys and turn the volume on, but not go to click to see the comments. That doesn't count up as you won't see them over there watching it, and it won't count as a view.
Yeah.
I've actually found that out.
I found that out too recently as well. And I wasn't even aware at the time that actually could be an effect.
Yeah.
Oh, all our shows went from having 60, 80 people watching down to 15 and 20. And that's all deals with Facebook's algorithms.
Yep.
That's why if you see people starting to hit the like button and everything down there, tell them to hit the love button, the heart. It throws Facebook's algorithm out of whack.
Really?
That's what I do a lot. I usually hit the love button more than
Tell them
like.
always, how we always say like and subscribe. No, it's called love and subscribe.
Love and subscribe.
Exactly.
You know what it is. I'm not in the comments spamming them with cockroach jokes.
He is.
Yeah. Well, I got to say one thing, and I'm sure you know this all too well, Carl, and Jeremy. We've talked about obviously plenty of times how, because again, it's the result of Facebook too. Is like when you broadcast your shows, especially if they're on your personal profile, and you got
Yep.
people who are watching, because not everyone is always going to know that you're part of a network. So, when you got people who are watching from your personal page and are sending comments, questions, and stuff, and you don't even see it. I mean, you could
Right.
still see how many people are watching, but not even showing the comments. It's been really frustrating because, like, for example, that news show that my friend Don and I have done, a couple hours after your show on Tuesday nights, Jenny, she was watching the show, and at one point she messaged me directly. She asked me, can you guys see my questions? And I looked, and I went on my personal page, and there were all these comments and questions that were coming. I was like, oh, damn. So that point, that's when, on a lot of occasions, whenever we do the
Okay.
shows, that's why we have the phones with us. So at least we can try to get to their
You want to
comments.
know how to take care of that?
We'd love that.
Okay. When you go live, you're always sharing out, right? Share from Things Network to your personal page. When they click on it, they go to Things Network.
Okay.
That's the only way you're going to do it, because on a personal page, you do not see comments.
Right. Well,
That's
once I figured out that was happening, I stopped streaming to my page.
Right.
I did just that, share it.
Yeah,
Right.
I'm considering about when I bring back my show on Wednesdays, the Nick Files. I'm probably actually gonna stop broadcasting on my personal page as much. I mean, trust me, as much as I really want to, unless there's a change or whatever. To basically broadcast and not see the comments, and just having, not seeing the comments, I just don't think it's worth it. I'd rather be sharing the link to the show.
Right. Well, that's why I'll stay in touch with you guys, because I got something coming up here in about 2.5 weeks. It'll be done. Okay.
Okay.
We're building our website. You've already got your website up, but you don't have a video player in your website, do you? You can video play it from YouTube.
Go through, because I do have Things Network already reserved for a website. I just hadn't had time to get in there. My
Right,
plan
but-
is to get in there and set it up so that whenever shows do go live on Facebook, it'll automatically go live on the website.
Okay, but here's your problem. You're going to have it go live from Facebook to your website, right?
Yeah.
Facebook don't like what you're saying. They shut it down. You lose your video on your website. Right? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've got a niece that just graduated web design. She's building me a website. She's building a special video player in there. In your destinations, you got the RTMP.
Yeah.
Okay, your website will have an RTMP key built into it. So you send the link over to that website, right? Off StreamYard. Now you're live over there. Facebook and YouTube can shut you down. We're still live on our website. And I'm having her build it to where the people can comment when they're on the website. That way, if I get tired of Facebook and YouTube and I'm done with them, we're only going to go live over on the website.
That's quite a
I like that idea.
that's really beneficial.
Well,
And
that
that's-
and
Can you also
you
have
need to
it
have-
fix it to where you can be able to download off the website?
you don't have to. You download off StreamYard.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was
I
going to say.
use StreamYard for the max potential I can get out of it.
Yeah.
I'm not going to go over here and download off here when I can download the whole show, audio or video or both, from StreamYard. And then what I do, the video player will play it. Then I'll download it and I'll create a place on the website for videos. See? Now I put that video over there, then I can delete it off my computer, and I'm in business.
Mm,
But the nice thing about now, I told you they're going to have comments, right?
yeah.
You know how you get Facebook user and all this stuff, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you get trolls from Twitch.
Yeah.
Okay. This eliminates all that because when they go, the first time they go to the website and go to comment, they got to sign in with their name and email.
Okay.
That way, if you get somebody, say you got a regular person watching and they start getting obnoxious, you can go to it and block them out
Right.
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
scared.
you'd be able to identify.
off of the website.
Basically, you're gonna have like a membership to be able to view.
Yeah, a free membership, you're going to sign up for it. But this way, okay, you have, when you go live, are you going live to 8 locations right now?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're on 8 locations.
Your people in your chat room that are on Things Network only see what Things Network come up in the chat room.
Yep.
Okay. Over here, all my people will see all our comments from
Now
that.
that would be
website.
nice.
It
From
would
the
be.
website. And
Yeah.
we're going to integrate it to where we can bring with the mouse, move the chat, and bring it over to the side of our picture. You know, like you see in the gaming and on YouTube, they'll bring it up in the corner.
Uh-huh.
We'll be able to do that too. I'm having her build that into it.
That'd be pretty cool.
It would
Yeah.
be. And like I said, you know, like the way how you've described, yeah, like what he said is that, you know, if Facebook and YouTube decide to, you know, have a problem or something, that's almost kind of like that would be like put it like this way, like an emergency backup, you know, so that way we could still get the comments, at least
Right.
from those who are
Right.
watching the website. So,
Well, see, over on our network, because I own the Bill of Rights network, we talk a lot of politics over there. They don't like us, but they have never shut that page down. Okay. But I look for it in the next few months, they're probably going to end up shutting us down. So I want something to where I can tell all the listeners, hey, guess what? You know, right now you tell them you can watch them on this Facebook page, Twitch, Twitter, you know, LinkedIn, anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'll tell them go to www. the website, right? Because you can do that on a phone, a tablet, computer. You're covering all the bases. But the nice thing about it is, as the producer and owner of the network or the show, whatever, you have control. You could play any music video you want on there.
that would be nice because you know how many times that we.
Yeah, especially for you.
Yeah.
Hey,
I was going to say,
I fight
imagine
25 of them a day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
so-
that's the thing too. Like I was gonna say, just look how many times we've been dinged, you know, on Facebook because of just showing something that, you know, it's supposed to be
And-
publicly viewed, but to Facebook,
And
it's not.
speaking of which, your last show, Nick, just got dinged, and I put in a dispute over it, and that was for the 30-second countdown.
That's what I was going to tell you.
Oh,
That
yeah.
30-second countdown that we get from StreamYard, I have been pinged, I don't know how many times on it.
You guys
and I
get
keep
pinged on
sending
that?
them messages, contact StreamYard. I got it from them.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what I keep
it's
telling
ridiculous.
them.
And you
Well,
know,
this last one on my comment, I wrote down, seriously, this is a joke.
yeah, I mean, and you know, it's not even just the countdown. Like there are just even times where, even if you know whether you have your own music, you have your own video, or even if you have your own movie, even if it's actually yours, they still ding you anyway. They're like, well, we know it's yours, but we're going to ding you anyway because it should be copyrighted.
Well,
Well,
I'll tell you
last
one
week,
that's real bad. For 2 weeks, I was getting hit on every show for 15 seconds from a company called Star Hits. Right?
Or-
yeah,
They were
that's what we
claiming
got.
our opinions Because I would go listen to the 15 seconds to see what was said in there or what was done in there. It's when we're talking about something, this is our opinion, right? They would come on there and say, oh, we own rights to that.
Oh my gosh.
You don't own rights to what I say.
No, not at all.
They did that for 2 weeks, and then I haven't heard nothing because I told them the last time, you keep this up, my attorney will be in contact with you. And they put I'm getting pinged on videos from 3 years ago.
There was what was that video, Jeremy? You said like it was like from like 5-6 years ago, or was that you, or was that somebody else?
What do you mean?
Wasn't there a video that you once like you shared how you got dinged by it, but it was like a video that was shared like 5-6 years ago? I don't know if that was you or if it was from somebody else. I thought
that wouldn't have been on a show.
Okay. No, it was something else.
People would get dinged for things that they had shared on their pages.
Yeah,
years ago. But nothing that was on a show.
No, I got dinged when I was back on WO Entertainment.
Yeah,
on the Paranormal Nation radio show. That was 3 years ago.
Yeah, I think it was. You know who I'm thinking of now? I think that might have been and Carl, I think you guys might know who this is. Jay Lynch. I know he does LEP Productions. Yeah. He does I think it might I could be wrong, it might still be somebody else, but I think it might have been Jay that he had posted, or it was either a snapshot or the actual post itself, and it was something like saying, really, this was posted 5 years ago in 2017 and I'm getting dinged for it now. It's just like it even, I think if it was him or if it was somebody else, there were even questions saying, how did Facebook even find this in the first place? This was posted 5 years ago, and you know, just like everybody else on Facebook, we have posted hundreds, if not thousands of posts on our personal pages. So it's like how they were able to actually locate it and ding it.
I look at it this way. In the last 3 years, I've probably done close to 2,500 different shows.
Yeah.
Through other shows and producing them and directing them and being on them. And to get dinged 3 years ago on something I said, I'm like, are you guys that late or behind?
That's just ridiculous.
They dinged me when we did the very first 170-hour world record.
Right.
Live streaming when I was at WO Entertainment.
I remember that.
And of course, you know that the Bill of Rights Network owns the new world record because we went 400 hours live.
Whew.
17 days.
That's unbelievable.
And Brad, no, we are not expecting anything like that.
No,
never.
Hey, it's not bad for the first 6 days. After that, it sucks.
Yeah.
Come on, Jeremy.
And then we ended the show. I was down in Houston with Cameron, sitting on his couch when we ended the show.
Oh, Cameron, yeah.
Yeah.
Jill was asking about
a few weeks ago when we did the show with Greg, we did it for 6 hours. Brad wanted us to keep going. No.
Yeah,
I have
because
4 hours left to work.
Ever since then, 6 hours, 8 hours show, 10 hours show. No.
Well, the nice thing about it is when you have a network that has a lot of shows on it, that's when you get to rest.
Yeah.
Let them do their shows.
Yeah,
on the world record. And then you take a 2-hour nap, get up, come back on. Oh, there's another show. Good. I can go lay back down.
But you still had 15 viewers after 6 hours, Jeremy.
Yeah,
we did.
We did have a lot of views that night. I do remember.
I know we did, and trust me, it was great. But at some point, my ass needs to go to bed.
I know the feeling
because I had to work.
And the bad thing right now with shows like your guys' show right now on a Friday night, it's summertime, guys. Your viewership is going to be.
Yeah, because everybody's out, because
everybody's out. There's no pandemic. Well, right now, but everybody's out doing stuff.
Not to mention,
actually, like tonight, this show did this show was doing okay until Ernie went live on Save Waverly, and half of our viewers went there.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, they did.
And,
but-
I'm not blaming Ernie for that, because that stuff is important.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a very important, legit reason
Yeah.
why people are tuning in, because they're like, as always before, and I've done it to myself, is where we offer the support, and and as someone who's really been trying to spread the word and helping out with Denise and Ernie. I mean, they've actually been calling me as one of their top soldiers, if you will, because they know
Right.
how important Waverly is. So and I've done that myself. Sometimes I'll watch a show, and once I see that Denise and Ernie are on, I go to them to give the support that is desperately needed for Waverly.
And plus, you're going to get some new information from him.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. So I don't fault that at all.
Yeah.
You can speak the truth, Jeremy. I'm killing the ratings tonight.
Yeah, you're bad for this show. You're never coming back on again.
No, I'm the one killing the ratings. I've already been on 2 shows earlier.
Oh, I've done that myself, where I've been on more than one show on one day.
Oh, I've been on, I hate to say how many shows. The bad thing, we were supposed to have a show most of the daytime today. Luke, that does the non-binary show from the UK over there, that's coming to the United States.
Mhm.
Oh, okay.
He is a competition sword fighter.
What?
Wow.
I mean, swords that are sharp and you're in full gear in an
Jeez.
arena, right?
Yeah.
He was supposed to go live today doing that. And I don't know what happened. I haven't heard from him. So hopefully he didn't get hurt.
No, I hope not.
Well, if they're using sharp swords,
Oh, they do. They've had, in the last 10 years, they've had 8 people get killed and 50 people hospitalized.
Wow.
hell
Sure.
no.
I'm sure that's
Exactly.
probably involved. I'm sure it's probably involved losing limbs.
Have you seen any of this stuff?
I don't want to see any of that stuff. Jeez.
This stuff is sword fighting MMA. The one that Luke showed me the night he was doing his show and said, this is what
Wow.
I'm training for this week and get ready to do. They were out there beating each other with swords and shields and everything. And this one guy kicked the guy in the stomach, doubled over and got him down and just started beating the crap out of him with that shield.
Jeez.
When he got up, the guy on the ground is going, oh.
Yeah, he's like in a daze, like state.
this. And I'm going, hold it. Are those swords sharp? And he went, they're sharp on both edges, but they're rounded off on the top. So you can't stab nobody.
Are they wearing the
At
armor?
least you have
They're
that.
wearing the chain deal, and he wears steel plates underneath.
Does he have anything to protect his neck?
Yeah, their helmet comes down, and this thing comes out across here around. And it's supposed to be
kind of
nice.
Bill, you are just wrong.
Oh, it is wrong.
It is.
I
It
mean-
really is.
And his girlfriend's over there, and she does it with the spears.
Oh, spears.
A 4-foot
Jeez.
Well,
spear.
my
And I'm
first
like, are
question to
you
these
guys
people
crazy?
do you have your funeral arrangements made?
That's what I told him. I said, you got your will made, and I better be named in it. If you're going to do this crap.
That's
Jeez.
like, in my opinion, I mean, to use swords and spears is like, these guys are really going to the extreme.
Yes, they do.
Like,
They
holy
beat and
cow.
bash
I, mean,
you.
I don't even know if I'd be able to watch.
Oh, I could watch it. I'd just be like, oh, you're kidding me. You
Yeah,
know,
well, no, it's not necessarily that I couldn't watch. I'd just be like afraid of somehow something went wrong and somebody's arm is cut off or something like that.
oh, they've had that happen.
Yeah, Mortal Kombat, as Jill said. That's basically like,
Yeah, it's modern Mortal Kombat.
is her name Katana by chance?
Now, what kind of parrot do you got?
Was it blue threaded Amazon?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I've got a green parrot,
Oh, you don't like sour ones?
Jill.
but mine won't sit on the shoulder no more. She hates me.
We have an Indian ringneck too, and she bites no matter if you try to pick her up, she'll just bite.
Well, this bird we rescued. We helped a girl and we rescued it, right? And we had it. And when we first got it, it would climb on my hat, all over me, love up against me, all that stuff, right? My granddaughter comes over and she's got bright, beautiful auburn red hair. Tammy had the bird out and it flew off her shoulder and landed on her head and was digging in. So I went over, reached and got the bird up off of her, took it back to the cage and put it in. Ever since that day, that bird hates me.
Wow.
I mean, I got to wear gloves to feed it. It will tear me up.
That beak has to be pretty strong and sharp.
Oh, they are. For a little bitty bird that ain't but about that tall.
Susie Q.
That's a pretty bird, though.
Give me a kiss. Thank you.
Yeah. I do that to mine, it'll tear my lip off.
I won't have any lip left. Susie.
But, and ours does talk pretty good. I got to give it credit for that.
Yeah.
This one's bossy.
Something else I know.
So we bossy.
But yeah, Carl, we're on Supernatural Talk and 13th Dimension. We stream out to Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. And I am currently building on the followers for LinkedIn and TikTok to be able to go live there.
Right.
I have not had a chance to start working on the website for this.
Hold on.
I finally just got done updating the Things website
Right.
last week.
Right.
So eventually I am going to get on the Things Network website and get it built up, but it's just so little time.
Oh, I know. So little time. And I know you got a lot coming up with surgeries and
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to get as much as I can done before that, because once I have the surgery, I'm going to be down for a while.
oh, I know. I know.
Yeah.
And Jeremy, our prayers are with you every day and every night over this
Appreciate-
whole deal.
Appreciate
You know,
that.
when you came on, when you first came on and was able to talk and was in our private talk, that meant a lot to me and stuff. Because I was like, here he's telling me the whole story. Because when the story came out that you got injured, I didn't know how. Nobody, you got to give your crew credit. They didn't say nothing.
Yep.
They didn't know anything for a while.
I'm sitting there going, okay, did he get hurt at work or did he walk outside of work and somebody shot him?
And honestly, Carl,
I didn't know.
yeah, well,
Yeah.
honestly, Carl, I got to admit, because obviously, you know, in addition to being, you know, a show host for this network, as you probably know, I'm also a staff member and also, of course, also an official member of Jeremy's team.
Right.
So I was, of course, among the few, you know, the members of that group.
You were
we
one
were-
of the first.
Yeah, I was one of the first to ever hear about what happened. And when I heard that, I was in shock. Of course, obviously, you know, because
Right.
I know it was by your
Yeah.
request that we don't say anything just yet. So
Tim
Yeah.
was real good at kind of keeping us updated, who was down seeing you, if you were talking and stuff like that, but not as far as what the accident happened.
exactly.
And when
So
you came on, when we talked privately and you told me everything, that meant a lot to me and stuff.
And if I remember right, I even showed up on video, and you saw what I looked like.
Yeah. And
yeah,
stuff.
I
And
was,
but
I was in, like I said,
you're,
I was in
you're
shock.
doing real good for what happened to you, but you're going to be better once they fix everything.
Yeah, because they're going to be using a computer and resymmetrical and resymmetric. I'm going to be symmetrical again.
Yeah.
We're going to be using a computer and pushing all of this back in and bringing my cheekbone back out where it's supposed to be. And I just found this out on Monday when I was talking with the surgeon. I've always felt weird right here since the surgery, and I didn't realize it, but I have a plate over here as well.
Right.
He said that when the accident occurred, it broke my upper jaw all the way across here. I didn't realize that, and it made sense because after the accident and before I had the big surgery, I tried to eat a thing of pudding. I couldn't even do that.
Right.
And now it all makes sense that my upper jaw just was not stable on anything.
Mm-hmm. See, what got me was the very first time when I joined Things Network and I seen you. Have you, do you know Danny Roberge, the creator of EchoBox?
No.
You need to look him up on Facebook. You look almost like him. With the long hair. See, he was always called Big Beard, right? But as he shaved his beard off, the long hair and the beard coming down, you resemble him like you wouldn't believe.
What's his name?
Daniel Roberge. Roberge. He's the creator of EchoBox.
Oh.
Hey, Jeremy. I just want to say thank you for having me on. I got to hop off here.
Okay. Thanks for being on here.
Yeah, Brad, really quickly, just before you go off, it was definitely a pleasure to finally have you on.
It was a pleasure to be on. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry that I know you didn't have too much, a lot to talk about later because
Danny Big Beard.
Yeah, but, it was still good having you on regardless. So we'll definitely have you back on again at some point. And of course, we're seeing you in a few weeks in Mansfield.
Yes, we'll see you at Mansfield. You guys have a good night.
This time on a legitimate date.
Yeah.
July 32nd.
Well, next year I'll be on the show on July 33rd.
Oh, that's where that came in from last night.
Yeah.
32nd. Okay.
Because it was
actually, no, make that August 32nd.
Was it Eileen or was it Adrian that said that?
Oh, the August 32nd.
No, that one Supernatural episode night. I wasn't allowed to be on until July 32nd. I think that was Eileen.
Yeah. It was oh man, yeah, I know it was one of them, but I can't remember.
But you all have a good night.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Good night, Brett.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
A lot of resemblance there, especially back when he was creating stuff. Now he's got his hair cut short.
Yeah, I see that.
And he lives down in Panama or the Philippines or somewhere now.
Next month, I'm cutting all my hair off too. Because when they made the incision, they're going to come all the way up to the top of my head. And the surgeon told me I don't need to. But the problem is I'm gonna need to be able to keep it clean after the surgery.
Right.
And by the time I have the surgery, I'll be done with all the filming for the documentary that I'm going to be doing. So might as well just go ahead and do it.
That's right.
I'm gonna.
It'll make it a lot easier and a lot
yes.
more sanitized.
Yep.
Up there where you can clean it and keep the bandage and everything.
Mm-hmm. And it'll make it better for taking showers too while all of that's there.
Exactly.
I just wish I had the body of Mr. Clean.
Oh, of course, you got to have your head shaved completely bald because that's what Mr. Clean is.
Well, yeah, I can do that anytime. I just want the body of Mr. Clean.
Hey,
you gotta get that white clothing that he wears too.
I'm just a little bitty old man. That's all I
get. Jill was asking, saying, I hope you all streamed that investigation. Which investigation is she?
Mansfield. I was talking about Mansfield.
Okay. Oh, it was Mansfield. Okay. Yeah.
Me personally, I am not planning on going live for that because this will be my first time being there, and I really want to put all my focus into that.
Right, because when you go live, it takes away a lot.
It does.
You're behind whatever camera your phone or whatever you're live on.
Yeah.
Like that night, that night we did it the way we did it because we were trying the new way of doing a virtual investigation.
Right. I mean,
where we can get more people on there and they can investigate it looking through the eyes of the video or the camera in front of them.
Right. Well, and this is just my personal opinion. Obviously, you guys have seen I do a lot of live investigations too. I mean, doing live investigations, at times is definitely a good idea, but yeah, there are times where, it's just not always fully necessary. But not to mention when you're doing your investigations, and especially if you don't have a place where you can like put your phone at a certain spot, you got to hold it one hand, then hold a piece of equipment on the other. Two things is that instead of using both of your hands to using like two pieces of equipment, or if you're using like a larger piece, that that can quite cause stress for your hands, but also it can cause interference for the investigation. So it may look like a lot of activity occurring on your devices may actually be coming from the phone itself.
Yeah.
That, and you got to watch that phone all the time for comments.
Yeah.
People hear stuff. People see things.
Exactly.
That's what I had to do that night.
See, I actually figured out kind of you can kind of say a way to solve that problem. I haven't purchased it yet, but I'm gonna wait because honestly, I'm trying to get my paycheck raised up and stuff. But there is something that I'm trying to get. It's actually and Jeremy, you know this because they use something like this on when we mentioned about scariest places on earth. I found this special what's called I don't remember the actual title of it. I'll call it a vest cam. It's basically like a holder that you put on your
a body camera, yeah.
A body camera. Yeah, and this is one of
Chrissy's
those
team has that. Chrissy, Amanda, they have that stuff.
Yeah,
well, this
Gus
is one
Dawn
that's
had one when I met them.
Well, this is one that's pretty simple because this one is actually designed to have, to hold an actual phone, like regardless of whether it's a Galaxy, Android, or iPhone. You just put it up and your hands are free from that point on. And you can have it directed anywhere you want.
But
They got one
again,
that
like what
goes
Carl had
around.
said, you would need to pay attention to the comments.
They got one
Well,
that goes
that's-
around your neck now that's got a holder for your phone up here.
Yeah.
Your hands are free.
Yep. And that's
Right.
kind of the same thing with this thing. It's actually
And what I do on situations like that, just turn the camera around. Let them
Yep.
see what's going on.
And that's if you kind of think about it too, like what I found this body cam holder, it is it's very much because again, it's like what I told you. If you remember again many years ago, Jeremy's scariest places on earth, where they too had a body cam, but it only directed to their faces.
Right.
It's literally the same type of equipment, but in this case,
But here's another issue that goes with that. So you got the light that's coming from the camera. Now all of a sudden you are blind to everything else because that's all you can see is that light from the camera.
Exactly.
You cannot see anything that's around you.
Well, no, this what I was going to say was this holder is actually I wouldn't need a light because it would hold the camera, and what it would do is it would have that bar in the center of it, so it wouldn't block the camera, so I could still see the comments, with it up, and the camera is still pointing towards the direction. I just wouldn't have that bright light shining on my face.
Right.
Any kind of light though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I would have to dim it down. I would have
on
to.
my deal, I've got the rectangle deal that holds my phone, and then I got my light up here.
That's what I have.
Down to a power bank on a tripod that I just pick up and move around. The light is facing out that way. Now, it's hard when you're going to get in front of the camera to do dowsing rods or talk to one of the devices, because if you turn and look at the camera, you got that light blinding you.
Yeah,
right there.
yeah.
That's the only drawback.
Mm-hmm.
That is the drawback. So,
Yeah.
but like I said, the only thing you could possibly give an alternative to is, like I said, you would have to probably just dim your phone down as best you
and
could.
then
So
when you guys get up here, I'll show you the infrared light I got from John Long, David Glidden's partner down there.
Oh yeah, Bishop. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
No,
I've got the big one. It shows up to 400 feet away.
That would be awesome.
Yeah,
I plug it into. I take a marine battery out with a converter on it and everything, so we have power. and I plug it into that and shine it out. That way, when I'm with my night vision camera, I can zoom up and go way out and still see it. It's really cool.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Guys, I just got to mute my mic for just a sec. So I'm still listening. I just need to mute this for a second.
Okay. But yeah, there's a lot of different things we do down there. And like I said, I love trying new equipment and different things.
That's what I'm doing. I'm always going to the clearance aisles at Walmart every time I go through there. But you just never know when you find something.
You'd be surprised what you find at Harbor Freight, Dollar General, or thrift stores.
Yep. Oh yeah, that's where I get a lot of in fact, like the toolbox I have, I got that from the hardware store, Harbor Freight, and then I got a couple other things that came from Dollar Tree, along with a few others. I mean, it's just
right.
Those stores are definitely useful when you need. In fact, I may actually have to go back to the hardware store at some point in the next couple of days because there is something I got to pick up from there.
And another thing is, see, we got an SLS, right?
Oh, an SLS, yeah.
Okay, I used to take my laptop out and have the SLS hooked up to it. Well, that got to be a pain trying to move it around. So Pastor Gary bought the SSL kit and everything, got it. All he had to do was buy a tablet. Well, you know them little holders them SLO kits come with where you hold your hands like this? He's got an 11-inch tablet. It don't work that good on there because it's too big. So he brought it up here and I went, let me do some thinking here. I went, okay. I had this plastic deal. What it is, it's one of the shelves on a plastic storage thing. It's got 4 holes in the corner where the pipes go up and you store stuff. Okay.
Yeah.
I took one of those off. I mounted the SLO camera, drilled a hole, put a deal to screw up to hold it, the camera, right? So it's there now. Okay. The bracket that opens up to hold the tablet, it had a swivel deal that I stood up, drilled a hole, put a bolt through it, came down to the front of it, drilled another hole in the bottom where it's got the thread deal, screwed a hole. Now that's all sturdy. Now we can put it in there. So we just lift this plastic deal up. It weighs like 10 ounces. The plastic deal does. So we're carrying it around. And I went, okay, now my hands are tied up. I can't do anything. All my power banks are laying on this plastic to run the SLS camera and the computer, the tablet. So up here in these 4 holes, I put some, the mountain climbing things with the.
Oh yeah, that's
the hooks.
The hooks. Yeah, there's actually a name to it, but
they are, and I can't think of it right now.
Like a buckle hook.
I know they're hooked. I just can't remember the name of them.
Anyway,
it's like a harness almost.
Yeah, they're hooked up in there. Then I took a strap that I had on one of my old computer bags, clipped it in. Now, you put the strap over here, put that up. If you got a belt on, the plastic piece where it's rounded right there sits on your belt. When you're holding it, you can let go and it stays right there. You got your hands free and you can walk around with it.
Okay.
If you watch that video from the cemetery, you'll see Pastor Gary with the SLS. I walked up there when he found a stick figure.
Yeah.
And stuff on the ground.
The last thing that I bought that wasn't a paranormal equipment, but can be very easily adapted to use to help is pool noodles.
Pool noodles, really?
Yeah. And it's not to use as a piece of equipment. What I did is because with the pool noodles, it's cut all the way down on the one side. So what I did is I cut it into 5 pieces. Now, when I run cable for my DVR system, I can shove them all inside of the pool noodles, and they're not just splayed out all over the place.
Exactly. 'Cause
Huh.
I've got the same system. I've got DVR with 8 cameras and all that. But now we also purchased a wireless set. And I'm falling in love with the wireless.
Oh, I'm sure the wireless. is always
Wireless would be wonderful to have, except for buildings that is mostly concrete.
better. Yeah,
Yeah.
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 Well,
That's the unfortunate.
That's
part of it.
fine. You know why? That's why you carry tripods. Mount the camera on a tripod.
Yeah.
That's where I mount all my cameras.
Oh yeah, we do that. We do that too. But with the wireless,
You're talking
camera,
about the signal going through.
yeah.
On gigantic locations, it wouldn't be wise to do that with the concrete. But on, say you're doing one the size of a house, concrete walls, the signal will go through it.
Yeah, a home definitely wireless system would be good to do, but if you're doing a large location, especially a jail, wireless is not going to work very well.
Right. But see, a lot of people don't like the wireless because you got to have it near a plug-in.
Mhm.
No, you don't. Let me show you why. Okay. Let me get this unplugged. Harbor Freight military box.
Okay.
Inside of it is a 12 amp battery that you can buy at thrift stores for like $7. The ones that come out of them little electric cars that kids drive around.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Okay. Cigarette lighter mounted to the top. Wired in, positive on positive, negative on negative. 120 watt power converter.
Oh wow.
Plugged in. Every light, every camera has one. That way I don't have to find a plug-in.
Oh, that would be great. That's really good. I mean, because you know,
And
there's
these 120 watt ones you get at Walmart for $9.99.
over $9.99. Wow.
And it has 2 USB ports in it too.
Oh,
You
sweet.
charge your phone up.
Yeah.
But this, you see, I'm holding it by my thumb. There ain't no weight to it. I got
Nice.
about 5 of these. Charge
And
them up. I've got several ways to charge them up. I can charge them up with a battery charger, a trickle charger, or my solar panels.
And you said you can get those at thrift stores.
Yeah, go
right?
to a thrift store and see if they've got the batteries in there and everything. They're yellow or black batteries, and they'll say 8AH on it or 12AH. Get the bigger ones.
Okay.
Because 12 amp hours, take that by times that by 12. Well, we'll do the 8 amp hour. 8 times 12 is 96. So you have 96 watts of power. Okay. Those lights only take 3 watts. So do the math there, guys.
Yeah.
Do the math.
That's quite, you know, that's quite, I mean, pretty impressive again. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
that's,
You can do anything with this and this. This is little battery. Now, I've got a marine battery over there that's got 109 amp hours. That's 1,200 watts of power. I can run a light. I can run the infrared light, charge any equipment up I need, anything at any location, especially at the cemetery where there's no electricity. Comes in handy.
Something like that would be nice to be able to use for a DVR system at a location that's got no power.
oh,
There
yeah,
you go.
absolutely.
Now, if it if you find out it's draining it real bad, Harbor Freight's got those aluminum boxes for $32 now. I think they are. We just bought one.
Yeah, they have them. Yeah, it's like about $30.
Okay.
I remember last time I was there.
Get you a bunch of the batteries. Wire them positive, positive, negative to negative. Then you plug your cigarette, get them charged up. Just put a battery charger on the first positive and the very last negative. So your signal's going through all the batteries. Okay? Charge them up full charge. Now, when you hook your cigarette lighter up to it, red to the positive up here, black to the negative at the very last battery. Right? So you get all the signal through it. You put 10 of them in there. Let's just say 10 8 amp hour batteries. You got 80 amp hours. Times 12 is 960 watts. You'll run your DVR system. You'll run a monitor and all your cameras that plug into it on that for your full investigation. You just made you a portable power plant.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's like a portable power plant or powerhouse.
Yeah. I mean, easy everything to do on it.
Because I've been wanting to do something like that so that I could document places that don't have electricity.
And most importantly, too, I mean, not only places you don't have electricity, but even places that do, especially for a specific spot that you're trying to investigate.
Exactly.
There's not always going to be an outlet around.
Exactly. That's what I was getting to. It never failed. You go to a location, man, I want to get the camera set here, but I got to run a 25-foot extension cord to get it over here that everybody's going to trip over.
Yeah, trip. Everyone's going to
trip
over it.
It's mounted on my tripod. That little box sits under my tripod, out of the way.
Yep. I'm going to start writing a list of certain things I'm going to do.
You just get a hold of me if you want any instructions on how to do that. When it comes, see, I was in communications when I was in the service. So I look at a lot of different things that we make in power plant or little portable units. You go camping, take one of those with you. Now you got a place to charge your phone up all weekend.
Yep. So I'm gonna mentally timestamp this at 3 hours and 40 minutes to go back and start listening to all the stuff that you just said and writing down notes. what to look for, what to get.
Well, always remember, guys, on your StreamYard, see, I always make a test. There's always a test on there. That's where all my people, when we have meetings stuff, they automatically go into the test, right? Create on yours that way. If you ever got to contact me, just send me the link to the test, and we get in a private video like you and me did before, Jeremy, and stuff. And we can go over all this. I can show you step by step by step how to build it.
Oh yeah, and if I need that for me too, I mean that would
Exactly.
I definitely appreciate that. So yeah, if I get some stuff, certainly I'll be glad to send you a link for it then.
Well, you go buy you okay. I started out with one of the all-in-one, 3-in-1 Harbor Freight battery packs that you jump cars with.
Yeah.
And everything. It has 2 USB or 2 cigarette lighters in it. I could plug one of them in and run everything off of it. That was $139. I've got 8 of these built and don't have $100 in them.
Doing the math there.
Yeah, I did the concept of I got one, but I need 4 more to hook everything up. Well, we went to a thrift store. In there, they got batteries because a lot of people buy these batteries because their kids run their battery out and tear it up and all this and that. So they buy all these used batteries, right? Take it home, get your multimeter out, test how many volts are in it, charge it up, see if it'll hold a charge. If it holds a charge, boom, you're set up. You don't even have to use the military boxes like I did. Plastic Tupperware type things you can get at Walmart for $1 or $2. Clear ones. They're good. All I do is the battery is too small in it. You know, everybody throws away an egg crate that they've had on a bed, right? Or you've had one that you got stored somewhere. Usually we take them with us when we go camping. They get old. Okay, no problem. I'll cut them up in short pieces and then I line that inside to hold it tight. Now my price down on them is less than, say, the cigarette lighter plug on it is about $4. Battery, we'll say 10. I got $14 plus $2 wrapped up in it.
Okay.
And I'm good to go.
That's just like,
Hey,
again, I
this
never
is-
even knew.
See,
That-
stuff like this, most paranormal people wouldn't tell you, but this is
Yeah.
what I call para-unity.
Mhm.
It
Everybody
really is.
gets and shares out because paranormal people aren't rich.
No.
You got to create and do everything you can,
Mhm.
you know. That's like I said, looking at this device, it does more than one thing,
Yeah, and that's
especially
really
with that flashlight on
it's
it.
a combination. Yeah.
So,
You know, ironically enough, I will tell you this, Carl. I actually do not exactly the same thing, but I actually do have something somewhat a little bit similar. I mean, obviously not as many features, but I actually had something like that. But it was well, it was actually a weather radio that I used, where it was
Right.
a radio and it had like a charging cord, and of course it also had a flashlight built in within it. But although I hate to say, I don't think it's really working as good as it used to anymore because
that and, oh, yeah, one other feature I didn't show you on the back here, that knob right there,
Uh-huh.
that controls your scan rate.
oh,
You what?
okay.
Your
The
scan
scan-
rate on
Oh,
the
okay.
radio, if you want it faster or slower.
Wow.
Will
So-
it also take it in reverse?
No, he hasn't got that in it yet.
Okay.
That's what I use Audacity for. I download it, put it on Audacity, put it in there, and then I reverse it. Yeah, it's getting late, boys.
Yeah, it's starting to get pretty late. So
I appreciate you bringing me on the show.
Yeah, we appreciate all this information you've told
Hey,
us.
anytime,
yeah, and it's
anytime
definitely
you
you know,
want me on here, just
catch up.
send me a link because on Friday nights I have 2 other shows that I finish up and stuff, and we can talk about anything, especially
Yeah.
if I build new stuff.
Yeah, I mean it's great. I have to admit, not to mention too, because it's been such a while. You know, it was also definitely great catching up on things.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah.
you know,
Um,
even though Jill had connection problems and Brad had to leave early, you know, we still appreciate you coming on. To the
Leave
show.
early. He was on the show for 3.5 hours.
Yeah.
That's not leaving early. That's leaving late.
Well, yeah. Well,
Yeah.
yeah. I correct myself then.
While I'm thinking about a call, just to let you know, I'm sure you've seen me rolling out all the new things, family stuff. So one of them is networks, and what it is to get all the different networks involved in it, so that whenever people go to check out our page and they check out the network section, they will see the different networks with the
Oh, okay.
definitely have you guys listed on there.
Okay, great. Yeah, 'cause I mentioned you guys out, Things Network, all the time, almost on all our shows.
Uh,
Just not on the
Definitely appreciate
Paranormal Nation Radio.
Definitely appreciate that. Thank
Oh,
you. So much.
we've got to network together.
Yes.
Yeah,
You know,
and I was
with
just
what
talking
Facebook
about,
and YouTube is doing to us, yeah, we got to network together.
yeah,
Mhm.
we do. And and I said this the other day, which when we started bringing putting this whole network together, and I thought about you guys, obviously, knowing that how not only the friendship that I've had with you guys, but also
Right.
being a guest. And I thought to myself, I think Carl's show, Paranormal Nation Radio, would be a huge benefit for us if we brought him on. So that's when I approached you and asked him. When you guys said yes right away, when you gave that yes for it, that's when I got excited. I knew
Oh, yeah.
then something huge was going to happen at that point. And ironically enough, because you guys weren't the only show that, of course, I offered to you guys join on the network.
Right.
Ironically enough, because when I mentioned earlier about Jay Lynch, when they do their show, well, not necessarily Stirring the Pot, I know they did another show, but I actually even originally offered them if they wanted to join. And as of right now, well, understandably, Stirring the Pot is a little bit more explicit, so it wouldn't really stay on for too long. But I told them, if you guys ever did like another paranormal themed show or something like that, we'd love to have you guys on. And as of right now, though, Jay, along with Jason, have told me that they don't have anything. They don't have anything at the moment, but they might in the future. So they might
Right.
go for that decision then.
What's helped Paranormal Nation Radio out a lot is Denise and Ron joining in as co-hosts and everything. Because Denise, she brings some of the best guests on.
Oh, yeah.
She knows a lot more of the paranormal people than I do. So she brings them on there. I mean, we've had Chris Houston on there. We had Joe Centrell. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah. The one that they made a documentary during the eclipse of the Sally House up there.
Okay.
Joe Citrone. That's who it is.
Okay. Yeah.
He's on Paranormal Survivor and did a lot with that show. And
I've seen that show. So yeah,
he's the one that came up with he wants to see more virtual investigations. Because you look at it this way, fuel prices out there, it gets expensive traveling to these places.
It does.
So why not set up a team that's nearby that's going to investigate, right? Have them go live, turn the camera around where they see the people see out in front of them, and whoever's on the StreamYard sees through that camera out that way. They're the ones investigating.
We've actually done something similar to that. Like I've helped with an investigation over in Ireland a couple of years ago.
It used to be called remote viewing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now it's called virtual investigating.
Which seems more like a more appropriate term.
Exactly.
I was calling it remote investigation.
You got that too.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've done a lot of that up at Melbourne Manor. We've done a lot of call-in remotes that way.
Mm-hmm.
But with StreamYard and the internet, it's so much easier now. And not only that, the people that's on there with is like, say you two were on there and I was investigating somewhere. You wouldn't see me. You two would be watching my camera out in front of you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Yeah.
Well, not only that, you got to look at everybody in that chat room over there is doing a virtual investigation because they're watching the show.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And that's where the whole idea came up. It's just not a remote call in. It's not just me standing in front of the camera or showing you this box and me doing that box. You're watching while we're doing that. You're seeing, you're hearing, and everything. And another thing, always tell your viewers when you're doing a live investigation to turn on their closed caption.
Yes. definitely, because you're not always going to be able to hear exactly everything that's being said.
No, and the way Facebook picks up words is different than what
Yeah.
we hear. We know that.
That's the truth.
That is so true. And that's
I mean, yeah.
for example, my dad, he watches television a lot with the captions on. So if he was watching it, even if I'm at an investigation spot and he's not, I could already guarantee that he'd be turning on the captions so he could hear what's going on.
Exactly. Well, it makes it more interesting to them. They can watch and go, well, I heard that, but it said something different.
Right.
It makes them think.
Mm-hmm.
So now we get more of that.
Exactly.
Because I remember years ago, it was the second time that I was at Waverly. I was doing a lot of lives from there. And it was because of that. That was how things blew up. That was how we really started getting noticed, and because of those lives. But yeah, that is when you're interactive with the audience like that, doing lives or even just doing shows like this, that's what really makes you.
Well,
Yeah.
it breaks
And
it up
something like I said,
different.
when I look back at
Because-
my first ever shows, with Dave Wismer, it's like you think about it now that, yeah, we had a lot of fun doing those shows. But again, like I mentioned earlier, knowing that you don't know how many people were questioning, put it this way, StreamYard definitely would have come in handy years ago if it had been put together, back in, because we started doing that show like around late 2013, early 2014. I'm not
Well,
sure.
just think, if 20 years ago we had StreamYard, would Ghost Hunters have ever happened?
No,
That is true. I mean,
it
it's
wouldn't
like-
have.
It
It
wouldn't
wouldn't
have
have.
at
Because
all.
that's what I was going to bring up.
Mm-hmm.
People watch the TV shows, the paranormal TV shows. They'll put closed caption on. They watch it. But they can't comment. They can't
Exactly.
tell them what they're seeing, what
Yep.
they're hearing. Here now, on StreamYard, especially StreamYard, there's other platforms out there now that do about the same thing. But with StreamYard, I can turn my camera around and let you guys see what I'm seeing and comment or tell me live what I hear. Plus, my chat room over in there goes, well, I just seen a shadow go by.
Right.
I didn't see it. You guys didn't see it, but we go back and watch it and timestamp it because we got timestamps over there when the chats come in, when you rewatch it. So
Now, are there any phones out there that have IR lights built in them?
not at this moment. I've got my friend Luke that does the non-binary show. He's a techie, right? He's working on it. He's already built a set of glasses that he's bringing me when he gets to the United States that have a camera in it that has IR in it. So you will be able to record with your glasses infrared.
Exactly what you see.
Okay.
Because we need something like that on phone so that when people do go live doing their investigations and they're out wherever, even outdoors,
Mm-hmm.
IR lights kick in. Hey, we can see in the dark now on the
Yeah, we wouldn't
Exactly,
have to
yeah.
have that ring light shining out there.
Yeah, the
Right.
ring light.
Just
Yeah.
an IR camera.
Yep.
Or IR light. Yeah. I know what you're saying. I've
Mhm.
been looking and trying to figure out how to do that.
Yeah, I've been keeping an eye on that too to see if there's any way. But as far as from what I've seen, I haven't found. I mean, I found.
I
some-
know what there is out there, but I don't want to spend the money for it.
Yeah. Especially if
No,
it's like
it
five-
would come in
like
awesome, guys.
$50.
Let me tell you, it would come in awesome.
It would definitely. I mean, hopefully as time goes on, because like with a
And I
lot of
wanna-
things,
Just
like-
like I want to get my hands on a LiDAR.
What I'm talking about.
yeah.
Okay. They have the infrared deal that also does IR heat, just like a FLIR, all that mounts onto here and has a holder for your cell phone to look down through it and see it. Or it has a tablet, little 5-inch tablet up here, because you can use them for hunting, but it has it up here. Now you just point it and look at the tablet.
Wow.
If you had
Never
it
even
on your
thought of that.
phone mounted up here, we're live on StreamYard. Let me turn my camera around.
Mhm.
Now it's looking out this way, and it's got everything up here and built into it.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, what I would like to get my hands on, but like you said, don't want to spend the money on, is a LiDAR.
Yeah, a LiDAR would be good, but
Yeah.
unless, I mean, I'm sure as time goes by, hopefully the prices will eventually be reduced. But as of
That's
right now, I've seen
why-
they're like $500-$600 to purchase, if not even more than that.
Right. That's why keep an eye on Joel Myers. And he's in he's in your guys' area. He's in Ohio.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Him and Chris Houston are going to be bringing a show to the Billerites Network. Chris Houston is a paranormal investigator plus other things.
You know what? I know who
Oh
that
yeah, I
is.
know who Chris Houston is.
Yeah, I met him at
He
Mansfield.
is a very polarizing individual.
Yeah.
He was a government employee
Really.
Oh, wow.
under Trump and Obama.
Oh, so he served for 2 presidents.
He's bringing stories out that the American people have never heard. We'll put it that way.
That ought to be interesting.
Yeah.
But he's also going to talk. Joe Myers creates cameras and different things, different equipment in the paranormal field.
Yeah.
So he's supposed to be. He's got a camera. You got IR cameras and you got full spectrum cameras. Well, there's another light source too that he has created with these cameras. So as soon as they come to the network, their show on there, that's when I find out more about his equipment.
That's going to be really interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you're really going to like the name of the show. All I'm going to do is use the initials. You can use your own mind to figure this out. It's going to be called No BS.
OBS.
No BS.
Oh, no BS.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they should be coming this month to the Billerites Network.
Sorry, I thought you said OBS. I was thinking of the program OBS Studio.
That's what I thought too. OBS, and then okay. So what would OBS stand for?
That's
Oh yeah.
yeah.
We definitely need cameras that have alternative light sources from just the ultraviolet, because that's what full spectrum is. Just ultraviolet. That's all it is. And then the IR, but we definitely need to hit the other parts of the spectrum.
That's what he's trying to do. He's also, we have white noise, we have pink noise, we have noises like that. He's also in figuring different frequencies that we can use that may work. So there's another mad scientist out there.
Okay. When it comes to frequencies, I need to work with him on that one, because that's my whole thought process with the dog whistle. Because I've already come up with the term ghost noise.
Right.
So
then I'll tell you another little thing that we have used, and we're going to start using it again, and what these little power boxes come in handy for. I've got a little bitty projector about like that, about that tall. It'll shoot up to a 60-inch screen.
Okay.
Right? I've got a pull down screen like you used to see in the schools with a stand. Okay. Like down at the cemetery, we didn't bring it down there this last time because it was going to rain. I didn't want it out. But I hooked the projector up, plug it in, and I either hook it up to a computer or a DVD player and play a Civil War section of movie. Battle sounds. Kaboom, boom, boom. And it's on the screen where they see soldiers fall down. And we've had different reactions that we hear when we do that. You run it for like 30 seconds to a minute. And then hit pause and shut the projector off so the screen ain't, and then listen. If you're in a battle area, you could hear gunfire.
Oh, wow.
You could
Jeez.
hear them talking. You could hear, I've done it one time and heard the bugle, the call to go to war.
Interesting.
So
Very
I got that from David Glidden. He did it at the 1858 Garnett House down here in Kansas and everything, because Wild Bill Hickok and all these people used to stay in this house when it was a boarding house.
Yeah.
So he started playing Western bar scenes and different things like that and was picking up evidence. So it makes sense.
It definitely does.
That's why I said, even if you don't do video, download the music for Dixieland or, any of those, put it on a USB, plug it in, put it on USB and play it. Then stop it and listen.
Yeah, we played certain songs or certain sounds from our phones during investigations to see what works and what doesn't.
Yep. But the same thing, but there again, it's all built into one.
Yeah.
That's what I like about it. So, well, guys, we better get off here.
Yeah. I've been wanting to get off here for a while.
It's been almost.
I know I
4.5
kept you on
hours.
here too long.
I am surprised that Brad. I know he had to get off. I'm surprised that Brad hasn't. I'm surprised Brad hasn't shown up. I'm saying, you guys have been on for the past 4 hours. Come on, try to get to 2 more.
Yeah, just wondering if Jill was still with us.
Yeah, Jill.
She hadn't said anything the last 40 minutes.
You're welcome,
Jill,
Jill.
I'm just going to say this. I'm just going to say this to Jill. Jill, I'm not sure if have you watched Carl's show before? Because obviously he's on our network. Have you watched his show? Because if you're looking for more shows,
He's on Tuesday nights.
Yeah, his show, Paranormal Nation Radio, airs at Listening and Learning. Yeah, so his show airs on Tuesday nights at 5:00, right?
Yeah, 5 to 7.
5, yeah. Oh, yep. She'll watch. Yeah, Tuesday nights, 5:00 Central Time.
Yeah,
And,
Jill, if you haven't met Denise Pridemore, she's my co-host on that show. That lady is totally amazing.
And as a
Yeah.
reminder, too,
And Denise has her own show on Mondays, but
Yeah,
not
she
on
has
this
her own-
network, but on
Over at
television.
the Bill of Rights Network.
Yeah, and put it this way, Jill. Put it this way. Carl's show is just a few hours, about 3 hours before mine and Don and my show starts on Tuesday.
Right.
Yeah. And we tried to get Denise onto this network, the Monday night show, but unfortunately our time slots were already filled.
Yeah, and also not to mention too, at the time when we did have some available spots on Mondays,
She wasn't available.
she wasn't available, but also her show was still a radio show at that time.
Right, right.
So we tried to get that show onto this network, but it just wasn't going to work.
Yeah,
Yeah.
unless there's ever that change that she has to do it to a different night. There's just unfortunately we won't be
No,
able-
you got to remember, she's been locked into that time slot for 7 years.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Unless there's like some surprise, I don't think that's going to happen.
No.
And Jill also
Even
said
when
she
she
loves it.
moves, it'll still be Monday night.
Yeah, She
And
loves
she's
that
doing
flag.
Got a lot of signatures on that flag.
next
Yeah,
next
yep.
year they're going to be moving down to
Oh, really? Where are they
Alabama or
moving?
Florida.
Oh, Florida.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you said so wait, I heard there's signatures on that flag?
What, on this flag?
Yeah, I thought that's what Jeremy just said.
No.
It's what it looks like.
Okay,
No.
because I was gonna say, like, if you remember, Carl, with
If I had the flag turned this way, if I had room for it, in here I don't have room like that right now yet. This is the Second Amendment, and that's what it says in those letters.
You
Your
want to put
right
it on?
to keep and bear arms.
right.
Here we go.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, here's the bit. Yeah, there we go. There we go.
Okay, yeah, I see it now.
Yeah, it looked like signatures too, because if you remember, Carl, like with my my friend Matt Grant, who does Matt TV, you know, he has all the signatures on his flag from Canada.
Right.
Does he
But,
even know that?
Oh yeah,
Right.
he's never actually met Matt Grant, but there in the
yes,
past,
I have.
well
I was on it. I popped in on one show one time.
oh you know what? Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, he was.
Yeah, I know
And then
Matt.
of course also too, you tuned in a few times in the past.
Right, right. But with me owning the Bill of Rights Network, I have Second Amendment flags. I've got other constitutional flags, we'll put it that way, to
Right.
hang up around here and stuff. Because that's what my network does. We have shows over there to watch out what's going on in this country.
Yeah.
We'll put it that way and stuff. So, I mean, a lot of great show hosts I have over there. I mean, you know, you guys talked about your Things Network when you started it. You didn't think it was going to grow or trying to get it to grow and all this and that. When I started the Bill of Rights Network, it was me and Cameron with the Second Amendment Ranch Show and Paranormal Nation Radio Show. Little did I know it had grown one time to 15 shows
Right.
that quick within 6 months. You know, and you know where all our hosts came from? The chat room.
That's awesome.
That
That's fantastic.
That says a lot for our people watching shows.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Not only do you have like some real hardcore fans, but eventually to get aspired to wanting to do a show of their own.
Right. Right. And I've had shows that we've had on the network that wanted to go on and do their own thing, which I help support and do all that
Yeah.
too. You know, I don't hold grudges against any of them or any bad blood against any of them. And
Right.
stuff.
Right.
And your guys' network is like mine. It's one big family.
Yes.
Exactly.
And
Yes.
that's the
absolutely.
way it's got to be. There can't be no arguing, bickering, and all that.
Yeah.
No,
none of
no
that.
competition.
No competition. And even so, and as you see, we're part of also other networks that even though we all come from different, now we've all been kind of coming from different networks, we all still show that same unity basically, because we're not about competition at all. Absolutely not.
Exactly.
Yeah, and like you said, I was really, really nervous as to how this network would be, and now we're sitting at 27 shows on this network.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, at one point Jeremy even said we might even be undoubtedly probably one of the largest, if not the largest paranormal network to have this many shows.
Oh, you are.
And I got to tell you,
a lot of networks, and they're not that big.
I got to tell you guys this quickly just before we go, because this is because
Hey,
all this talk. What's that?
before we do sign off, how many shows do you have on your network?
Oh, let me see.
I know you got quite a bit.
On Monday night, we got 2 shows. That's 2. Tuesday night, we got 2 shows. That's 4. Wednesday night, I got 1. That's 5. Thursday night, I got 1. That's 6. Friday night, I got 2. That's 8. And Saturday, I got one that's 9, and I got 4 more shows coming this month.
Okay.
I could have sworn you had a lot more than that.
I did at one time, but a lot of them went on to do their own thing.
Right.
So I let them, right?
Okay.
And I got a funny feeling some of them are going to be coming back.
Okay.
That's usually the case too with us. And what Jill just said, that like this is basically what the true para-unity.
It's para-unity.
Like I said, even though we come from different networks, it's still para-unity because we're all supporting each other. We're basically love as a family.
Right. And I mean, it's just that way. Now, the only thing I do different on my network than what you guys do, right?
Yeah.
I'm the producer and CEO of every show on our network.
Right.
I'm on every show in the green room, one way or another.
Mm-hmm.
And we do that for the simple fact that, say I've got, on Tuesday nights, we have Conservative View with Barbara and Lorna. They both have access to my StreamYard. I'm down in the green room. That's 3 of us there that have access to StreamYard.
Right.
See? If their internet goes off, I still got mine. The show still goes on. I can come up and inform the people, well, this will be ending the show because they lost their internet, blah, 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 blah. And we keep it going. That's why I'm always in behind the scenes of every one of my shows.
If I even tried to do anything like that, I would never have any free time to do anything.
You've grown the network big.
Yeah.
But I do know the only thing I got to say is we need to have a meeting with some of your show hosts to show them how to use StreamYard.
I agree.
I agree. Like, especially with, I know he's starting to really use it, but like the new show with me and Don, Don, yes, he's getting better at using it, but Don still kind of has quite amount of learning how to use StreamYard, in a more, let's just say, professional way. So, it would be great if, we had like a meeting or something. I would definitely want.
It's a meeting to teach because there's always something new coming out.
Absolutely.
Right. And
There
you got a lot of them.
I won't say
that
who it
won't
was. There was
bring-
one show they were playing an intro video, but it only took part of the screen, and they never took anybody else off the stream.
Yeah.
So you can
Exactly.
still see everybody.
And
Carl,
to
what,
show them where there's places to go to create overlays that don't cost them nothing. I can
Right.
show them all that. Right. To make videos and it don't cost nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And stuff. But we need to do that because the biggest thing I see is a lot of them don't bring the question or comments up on the screen and
Right.
give your listener their 15 seconds of what used to be called fame on TV. It's 15 seconds that the network recognized this person.
Right.
And that's a big thing to our listeners.
Mm-hmm.
That's how we keep them coming back.
Yeah.
And stuff. I like all the shows. I've listened to a lot of shows over on Things Network, or even go back and listen to some and stuff. And I could see a little training to enhance their show.
Yeah, that would be awesome. That would be great to do.
Yeah. I would dare say that Supernatural Talk and 13th Dimension is probably the most interactive paranormal show there is.
You're right. You're exactly right.
Yeah, and a lot of our shows are interactive, but yeah, I have to agree with Jeremy.
And but
Yeah.
they're all interactive to a point, but I don't think that they're like what we are.
Yeah, because when you look at other shows,
You guys use the full extreme of StreamYard.
exactly, yes, and
Okay. You use overlays. You got your little things up there in the corner and stuff. You got your opening video. You bring people up in when somebody says something, you bring it up on the screen. See,
Yeah.
I even bring up the ones when the host is doing their show and somebody pops in right off the bat and says hello. I want them recognized
Mm-hmm.
that we know they're in the chat. I'll bring it up on the screen and I'll leave it up on the screen until my host says their name.
That's exactly what I do, and I especially do that for people who live in other people from other countries, like I did earlier. Like I said, I mentioned about Chantel's from South Africa, Kelly from the UK.
Mhm.
Even though we've known Jenny for the longest time, I still say Jenny from Ireland. I even try to get them recognized, not only recognized, but also showing that, we're basically being viewed worldwide. It's not just here in the
Right.
United States.
Yeah, we go worldwide every time we go live because
Yep.
we got listeners from the UK, from Ireland, Scotland, Sweden, South Africa, the Philippines. We got them everywhere.
I Japan, because I know Irene's tuned
Yeah,
in.
Irene. But one thing I was going to ask you, if you guys, one feature, I don't know if you use or not, if you take your mouse over to your chat room, over to a chat, you see the star?
Yeah.
Yeah, I discovered that a couple of weeks ago.
I
We-
clicked on it
noticed
once,
that?
but I wasn't sure what it did.
Okay,
When
you click
if
on
do the
that.
star, it'll create a new tab for you to go back to it because you weren't able to get to it right away, but you can go back to it.
What we use it for, Denise uses it a lot. They'll be talking and people will ask questions. Well, it's hard to scroll up and down and find those questions.
Right.
Hit them
Especially
in
if you have a lot of
star,
viewers.
and then you click on your star up there and it lists all those questions.
Mhm.
I'm gonna need to start doing that more often whenever we
That's
have.
one thing a lot of the shows need to do. They'll cover because they'll look at a question and go, okay, I'll remember that. And they'll get to talking and they forget about that question.
Yes.
Well, for Nick, he likes to display every single comment that comes in.
But the questions, though, obviously, whenever a question is asked, I really do keep the promise of never forget, even if it was an hour after someone had asked a question, I will go back and do it. But the problem is, it makes it difficult because so many comments have come by.
That's why you hit star, and then you can go. Try this. Go over to one of Jill's comments, the one that says awesome.
I think you just pressed it, Jeremy.
Yeah.
You?
So it created that new thing there that says start.
Up at the
So when
top,
you go to
Highlights.
it says starred. Click on it.
Yeah.
And you see, I can even click on it and read it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Jill, yes, I am really good at managing the comments.
So, yeah, you're real good about it. But that's just another feature to help you. Because
Absolutely.
if you got
It really
five
does.
people, you got 5 people asking questions, and your guest is doing all the talking, right?
Right.
Star him, and then when he's done talking, say, "We have some questions." And go
Exactly.
right back
That
up
was
there
kind of
and
the
list
case.
every one of them.
That was kind of the case with one of our guests. There was a lot of questions being asked, and while we were able to cover some of them, there was still a lot more that we weren't able to do. So I will definitely remember this feature though. So, and yeah, as like Jill said, I'm really good at managing the comments because when you think about it too, I mean, because I've seen it with a lot of different shows, not just on this network, but on other networks, or if it's even just shows doing this independently. You'll often usually comments, and sometimes they'll usually show the comments, but a lot of times some of these people just don't say anything. They just show them, and that's it.
Yeah.
So for me, learning from that experience, I'm usually someone who knows and is smart enough to basically make sure that I'm able to read their comments, as much as I can.
Okay.
Yeah,
One
especially
other
the way that
thing.
Nick and I work, he handles all the comments. I handle all the banners
Right.
because
And
I've got a shitload of banners.
Then if you don't have a green screen behind you, another feature is to mirror your camera.
Oh,
Right.
mirror the camera. Yeah, I know what
Now,
that is.
because used to, when you're looking at the camera and I wanted to point to somebody over there, I had to point the opposite direction, right?
Right.
No. Right here's my
Oh.
microphone. Right there's my.
Yeah.
Everything's the right way. Notice this is backwards because I switched my
yeah.
camera around. Okay, if you do it on yours, your backgrounds will be backwards.
Okay. Interesting.
If I had a plain wall there, you wouldn't know the difference.
Yeah, you wouldn't.
No. That's another feature. That's in your camera section.
Let me see if I could try
And
that
then
right
another
now.
thing is, used to you always had to have a green screen.
Right.
Now you don't have to.
That's exactly what I'm using right now.
Mhm.
I'm not even because I'm actually down here in the basement because well, not only is this my secondary studio, what upstairs in my house, the air conditioning is not working upstairs, so
Okay.
it's hot upstairs. So
Right.
this is actually why I created the
But
second mini studio as like a
you
backup.
can do all kinds of stuff with it to where I can. Let's see if it does it.
Yeah, so I was gonna say, like, as a primary example, I'm not even using the green screen and I'm just using
Yeah.
the virtual effect.
There it blurred out.
The blurred one, the blurred one is good.
Yeah,
See,
I saw that earlier today that you can be
Yeah.
able to do that.
Yeah. If you,
You know,
didn't
I
have your
have to-
13th dimension behind you
Yeah,
and you still could do it. Just go down there to your settings of virtual background and hit no green screen and hit blur.
yep.
It'll blur your background out behind you.
Yeah.
You know, I have to admit, I mean, I was using the blur effect for a couple of weeks because, well, as you guys know, like I had my basement decorated for holiday decorations and I had all the lights change color. And I decided to try the blur out with it. I think, you know what? That actually does look kind of cool with the colors that are mixed in.
Especially
blur,
if you've
so-
got the blue lights, the purple lights, and everything. And
Yeah,
turn them on and do the blur out. It makes a really cool background.
it does. It really does. Whether you're trying to intentionally show what's in the background or not, it
Right.
does have a really cool effect.
Well, the next thing I'm doing is I'm putting red lights in the eyeball sockets
Oh, nice.
for the paranormal show and have a battery pack up there. His eyes will be lit up.
That'd be cool. Have him go bright and then dim down, bright, dim down
Have
throughout.
a control here. Yeah.
I was blurred by default through a damaged camera lens.
Yeah.
That was how it was for the laptop when she was on Supernatural Talk.
Yeah, she had
Yeah.
what was it, like a crack on the camera, or
Now, have you guys ever used the 2-camera setup?
no? I
The
haven't
what?
used it.
The dual camera setup.
No, I have not.
Okay, let's see if I can do it over here. Oh.
And I did actually, and
It
once we
won't
showed-
let me do it.
Oh, okay.
But
I don't
I'll tell you-
see anything that's dual.
yeah, because see, my computer, I have one of the all-in-ones, right? And I have a camera that pops up out of the back of it that I could use as my primary camera. My C922 Logitech I would go down and wait a second. Nope, it don't have it. If you go to share,
Okay. Oh,
Is it-
extra camera.
add camera. So if your computer, are you on a computer or a laptop?
Laptop.
Do you have an extra camera that you're using?
Not on the laptop. It's only got one camera.
Okay. If you had another camera hooked up to your computer, you could add the camera. That way, like whenever we're doing, like when Greg does his Ghost Box shows, he has 2 cameras.
Yeah.
Okay. That's one way of doing it. Okay. I could set my C9022 down here by the ink box, and then there would be a picture of me and a picture of it up on the screen.
Yeah,
Dual
Jill's
cameras.
saying it's like a dual cam.
This,
Yeah, it's a dual cam.
that kind of gives me an idea for later on.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna
Just get you a cheap webcam,
I'm gonna
Okay.
mull on that for a little bit.
because the one you add, remember this, it won't have a microphone on it. So the one camera that you want to have a microphone, if you got it pointing somewhere where it needs to hear that, or what I do, because I've got the Blue Yeti, is I tilt it down to my device. You can still hear me, but you
Yeah.
hear the device too. But you'll see the device and see me.
hmm
That way you don't get feedback.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because can't do it on the phone and laptop at the same time. There is no way that's happening.
Yeah.
No, you do it all and you can control it from this to that. Say like I used to do it before Denise joined me on the show. If you remember my Paranormal Nation show, I would do the echo box.
Yeah, I remember that. Yep.
I had 2 cameras set up before that feature came out, and I'd had to click one camera and go to the other camera. Now I can hit dual, and what I do is I'll put my laptop camera on me, and then I put my C922 down on the device I'm using, add the camera. Now the C922 is pointing at that device. You see me on this one, you still hear me through here.
hmm
Yeah.
I've got an old Logitech web camera. I might be able to hook that on here, but the problem is all of my ports are used, so I'm going to have to get me a port that will allow me to use multiples.
Right. And when you do that, plug your keyboard and your mouse.
Jill's here
Into
saying
it.
need to add a webcam attachment to the computer so you could use one or the other within the laptop or both at the same time.
I have 2 ports for this for the laptop. One is for this,
Right.
and the other is for this for the wireless mouse.
Okay. The wireless mouse, put it in your USB extender. Your camera will work better if it's wired right into the laptop.
Yeah. So what I'm gonna do is find me a port that will give me multiple ports.
Yeah. I've got one that I plug in. It's got 3 different ports, and I plug my keyboard and mouse into it because they take less power and stuff. I got 2 into one there, and then I have all my cameras, microphone, everything hooked up on it.
Yeah. So that's what I do. Okay, guys, it says 12:45. It's actually now bedtime for me.
Yeah,
I know the feeling. It's
Five hours.
11:44. It's
Yeah.
getting old time for the old man here.
Yeah, I got to get to sleep.
and I have yeah, it's almost 1, and I have an appointment at 10. I'm getting oil.
Thank you, Jill. Yeah, Jill, if you ever need help, just get a hold of them and get a hold of me.
Yeah, and like
They
I
can
said,
help you
Joe,
out
earlier-
on
like we
any
said, Joe
show.
earlier, make sure to tune in on his show on Tuesday nights. Be on the same network.
Yep. And also, Denise has a show on Monday nights on his network.
Yes,
You're right. Yep.
So, okay. Well, Carl, definitely thank you for hopping on.
Yeah, seriously,
No
thanks.
problem. Appreciate it, guys.
For those that are still in the audience, thank you for playing along. Next week, Supernatural Talk, we do not have a guest, so it'll be no. I'm sorry. We do have a
I was
guest.
going to say, I thought we did.
Yes, Shelby Gann. She is Eileen's friend. And then next week on 13th Dimension will be the committee of Para Unity. I don't know if I will be on the show now that I know that my interview with Greg starts at 9 o'clock my time. So I may just start the show and then leave a half hour into it. But otherwise, I am not going to be on for the duration of the show. I'm not even going to be home. I'm going to be doing this from a hotel down in Indy because I'm going to be attending the Henna House. What's it called? The Henna House Paranormal Day Celebration Convention. And we start set up at 8 a.m. It's about a 2.5 hour drive for me down there. I am not getting up at 5 in the morning. Especially after doing a show that most likely will last until midnight.
See, if I wouldn't have came on here, you would have got off 2 hours earlier.
Yeah. We had a lot to catch up on, though. We still had a good chat regardless. Yeah, I'm
don't
sure
know about that call. We might still be on here because of that.
I was going to say, I'm sure we're probably going to do something like this again real soon, probably on Supernatural Talk or some of the other. In fact, actually, we'll say Don's actually starting to have interest in wanting to bring on other show hosts onto his show. So that might eventually happen soon because he would like to get to know the rest of the network.
Right.
Yeah. All right. Well, again, Carl, thank you. Jill, thank you for trying to be on the show. I know you weren't able to get more than 2 or 3 sentences in throughout the whole night, but you tried.
We'll get you back on at some point, Joe, when you have the best connection.
Yeah. Get that laptop next time. So, all right. Well, Nick, if it's paranormal or beyond,
you got it covered.
That's right. We see you guys next week. Good night.
Good night.